Yes, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Corner Speaker, Corner Sombrong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Chokolo, Luzuko. Okay.
He's upset, Speaker. He's upset. He's not feeling well.
Councillor Ace is not here. Councillor van Aswegen, Mayor.
Goedemorgen, voorzitter. Ek is teenwoordig hoor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wasserman.
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Then Councillor Wormerans.
Morning, Speaker. Ek is teenwoordig.
Thank you. I need to go back to Councillor Quinana.
Speaker, I'm not sure if he's in yet, but he has connection problem.
Put your cameras on, please.
Speaker, I'm not sure if he's in now. Sorry, but he's phoned me earlier to say he's got connection problems. He's trying his best. I'm not sure if he's in yet. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Luzuko. Have anyone checked on Councillor Chokolo?
It's raining nicely, Speaker. He's maybe sleeping. Let's continue with the meeting.
Councillor Kraut?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here. My computer is a little bit slow today.
Please. I need to see people.
Can you see me?
Must put on your cameras.
Speaker, Councillor Quinana, I'm here. It's just a problem.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. You can see me.
Yes, Councillor Quinana. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, present. Thank you, Speaker.
So we are just missing Councillor Luzuko, but we are going to continue. Maybe he's got connection problems. Acting MM.
Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker, he is here. Earlier we saw this. Luzuko is here. He showed us the picture earlier on already. So, but yeah, there is on again, Madam Speaker. You can see. Can you?
No, it's fine. We will just indicate when he's back. Acting MM.
Speaker, I'm Jan. Good morning, everybody.
Okay. Your directors that are here today, can you just indicate who they are?
Yes, Speaker. I'll ask them to indicate whether they're present. I cannot see them, but they can indicate by themselves. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the Director for Planning and Economic Development. I'm present.
Thank you. Human Settlement, I did hear.
Eben Phillips, Director Community Services, present.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Carol Matthias, standing in for the Director Corporate Services.
Okay.
Mornay Michael, standing in for CFO.
Thank you, Monet. Director of infrastructure will be with us shortly. Just going to connect in his office. I can see Theo Wali, who's our interpreter for today. Yeah, I see him. Mr. Beryl, are you here? I can see Christopher. I can see Mr. McCarthy. I can see Mr. Petuna.
Madam Speaker, Ray
Mr. Beryl, I can see you. Thank you, Mr. Beryl.
Speaker, Richard Thorpe from the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Madam Speaker, Your Honour of the Audit Committee, I'm present.
Thank you, Anne. Is there anyone else that's part of this meeting? I see there's a guest. I think is that you, Richard? Is there anyone else that's in this meeting that we need to recognize?
Thorpe from the Audit Committee. Yeah, have you got me, Richard Thorpe?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Tracy. I can see Tracy's in the meeting.
Madam Speaker, Your Honour of the Audit Committee, I'm present.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Roo.
Thank you.
I think I've got everyone. Is there anyone else part of it? I see there's a guest. I think is that you, Richard?
That's me. That's fast track is me, Richard Thorpe.
Councillors and officials, members of the public, members of the audit committee. We are going to start now. We're on 1.1, on point number 1. I would like to welcome everyone this morning to our ordinary council meeting. At this moment, we're going to point number 2. And today, instead of having a silent prayer, I would ask Councillor Davis to open for us with a prayer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Father, we thank you this morning for this wonderful opportunity that we can come together as leaders and make decisions that will benefit our community and our town. Father, your word says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bears rule, the people mourn. Lord, may we be those rulers, may we be those leaders where people rejoice. May we be those righteous leaders that make the right decisions to benefit our community. And so, Father, we commit this meeting to you, and we thank you, we honor you, and we glorify your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Colleagues, I needed Councillor Davis to do that prayer first this morning. At this point in time, I would like us to bow our heads and have a moment of silence for the passing away of Bart Ngolwane, who used to be our interpreter in council. So I think we can just do that for a few minutes. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, officials. Thank you to everyone who's part of this meeting. I would also like maybe, because we did have a memorial service, but If there anyone that wants to say something this morning about Bart, I would open it up this morning for other councillors or officials that want to say something this morning about Bart. I'll open that space this morning. I see Councillor Skosana, her hand is up.
Can I speak, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Skosana.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. Correctly said that we did have 2 memorial services for a late translator, but I wanted to double check, Speaker, through you to the MM, that is there any possibility that we can subsidize, even if it's 2 taxis for our own staff to go to the funeral over the weekend?
Councillor Skosana. Yeah, I was going to, maybe I must retract what I was going to do, because I did ask my PA to ask the MM if you can send out an all user, because last night I was informed by the family that you all understand that the mother-in-law is from Bloemfontein, and the family have decided to bury Bart and his wife in PE. Now, what is happening is that they were supposed to bury the mother-in-law last weekend, but then the father-in-law was readmitted into hospital. So they're going to bury the mother-in-law only on Saturday in Bloemfontein. And I think that is where the difficulty comes in, that the family has to be in Bloemfontein on Saturday, and then they were supposed to come back to PE to come and bury Bart and his wife on Sunday. Now the family has then taken a decision that they're going to have now the funeral on Wednesday next week. That was the communication that I was still trying to get through to the acting MM. So that part of yours can be then addressed by the MM on the issue of the change of dates. Thank you, Councillor Skosana.
Thank you to you.
Is there any more hands? Is there anyone that want to say something? Is there something wrong with the sound?
We hear you very well, but maybe we are coming one. You can continue with your agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Selase. Councillor, then we go to point number 3, attendance of members. 3.1, councillors present. I have not heard anything from Councillor Tokolo. Is he back?
Speaker.
Councillor
Vomerans. It seems as if Councillor Lezuko has got problems with his mic, because he said he did show his face previously, but we couldn't hear him. So maybe if he can just give us an indication or write a message. But he is here. He is in the meeting.
Can someone just phone him that he can...
I already did that. So that was the response that he has given me, Speaker. He said he is in the meeting, but I think he's got problems with his mic.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thanks, Speaker. He's just had his video on. He's been on the screen, so he's definitely in the meeting. But I think he's obviously got problems with his microphone, but he is present.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Councillor, then all councillors are present. Point 3.2, there is no councillors that absent without leave.
Speaker.
And then point number 4, the notice of the provision of code of conduct for councillors. Point number 5, disclosure of interest. Anyone want to disclose something that's on the agenda, Councillor Matika?
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, before we move on,
Councillor Matika, I just need you to raise your voice a little bit.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, before we move on, I don't want us to say Luzuko is on. We didn't hear his voice, we didn't see his face, so we cannot take him as someone that is on, because anyone can just use a phone and log in while you are not there. So we need indication, even if through a phone, someone must call him and then put him on speaker, that he is really on the meeting, because we cannot take him as part of the meeting if we cannot hear his voice or we cannot see his face. One of the two, we must hear his voice or we must see his face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. I see Councillor Zuko. Can you speak? Yes, I can see you now.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you, Councillor Zuko.
Yes. I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. So then we go to point number 6, the Long Services Award.
Please repeat the main agenda and to me supplementary.
Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana.
Councillor Skosan is a long service, the Speaker.
MM.
Yes, Speaker.
Introduction of new long service award.
Speaker, are you looking for me?
Yes. You were shouting about something. We didn't hear you.
No, I didn't speak. Speaker, it's not me. It's Matika and Luzuko.
Speaker, it was Joel.
Speaker, coming back to point number 6 and point number 7, as is indicated on the agenda, there is none to declare to the council. But Speaker, if you will allow me to take a gap here and just also report to the council and also convey our congratulations to our Director of Community Services, Mr. Eben Phillips, who has been appointed as the Municipal Manager for the Cape Agulhas Municipality. Just also convey the congratulations of myself and I think the council to Mr. Phillips for his appointment there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting MM. Yeah, we all heard that sad news, because I think for Nyson municipality it's a great loss. But also it's maybe a new start for Mr. Phillips, and I think I can congratulate him, although it's something I'm doing with a very heavy heart, Mr. Phillips. But you must go well, and I know you will serve the people of that municipality very well. Thank you. Councillor Davis, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would also love to congratulate Mr. Phillips. You know, I've always told him, you know, when I need him, especially as a ward councillor, in my ward, he's always there. And sometimes in the very difficult challenges, he's always there. You know, I've always respected him in terms of as an IDP manager. So I think this doesn't surprise me that he has been given this opportunity to make a difference, especially with such a fantastic team that's in where he's going to. And I wish him all the best. I know that we're going to have time a bit later near to the time probably to go to really wish him well. But I just wanted to say it now that I think he definitely deserves it, and it's an opportunity for him to use all the skills and the experience that he used here. It's a loss for us, but I know that he will certainly, from a strategic level, be able to really add value to the municipality that we will be municipal manager in. So I want to wish him well and only success and only excellence in his future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Skosana, as your hand is up.
You know, Somlomo, I know Mr. Eben Phillips from the IDP times. And he's one of the people who groomed me around the IDP, the understanding of the IDP. Bandikhulisa ndalapha phakathi ebhungeni ngo-2016 kuzotsho ngoku. Wasikhokela kweli candelo le-community. Somlomo, ndithi ngesintu mandithi tinga ntangandini enguyebheni. Ungajiki mntana womntu ukhule ungakhokhobi. Sohlala sokukhumbula kodwa kwedolophu laseNayini. Asinqabile kodwa kuhle khula ndoda. Esingaqondanga ukuthi basinganayo MM onguwe. Sisokolo MM apha kanti ukhona ndoda. Awudlalile ngathi kodwa ke yahamba siyakhulula ngenhliziyo ezinhle.
Mr. Wali. Theo.
All right, thank you, Speaker. What the Councillor Scosan actually saying is that he congratulates Mr. Eben Phillips' appointment as an MM. He also compliments him on the new job and wish him very well. The last point is that he is also not happy that he never explored that he's a MM, as we are struggling to get a MM in Niger municipality. Thank you.
Furthermore, I know him from IDP times. He groomed me to be a councillor today. I congratulate him on those things. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand. Can you just put up your hands again, councillors? Councillor Crouch, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. And
thank you, Speaker. I would like to congratulate Eben. I think he's one of those people that put 100 in, and this is the results you get when you put your 100 in. Eben, I've known you and your family, and I'm sure that the same attitude and enthusiasm you brought to Knysna municipality you will take with you in your next venture. As a person, I'm very happy for you. As a councillor, I'm very happy for you, but also as a friend and a family. And I'll call myself a family member. I'm very happy for you and your family. I want you to congratulate you and please make the best of it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. I saw the mayor's hand up.
Speaker, thank you very much. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, again, thank you very much en goeiemôre aan al die collega's, vriende en kennisse. Speaker, I did speak to Mr. Eben Phillips. In fact, he phoned me the day that he got the news that he was appointed as the municipal manager of Abalas. So I already conveyed to him my personal thanks, but I just think that I should do it here officially as the executive mayor, knowing that Mr. Eben Phillips had a great passion for his job. He was one of those persons that never mind to take that extra step in order to serve the municipality and the community at last. So, Mr. Ibis, as I told you earlier, we will miss you, but we will never stand in the way of any official or even councillors that want to embark on new pastures and also then to, in their own career, moving forward and upwards. So again, Isol, thank you very much for what you've done to Knysna municipality and to the public of Knysna and Knysna town. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. If there's no one else that Director Community Service?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think it won't be do justice if I don't also thank this Council of Knysna Municipality for the opportunity and the contribution they've made to my personal development. I had a very good exposure and the confidence that has been put in me. And generally, I had a very good working relationship with all councillors, even my colleagues, top management team, as well as my team in community services. And Knysna has become home for a long time for our family, and we really love the place, and it will always stay dear to our hearts. And you can be sure that wherever I go, I will always try to represent brand Knysna and make sure that that I also make you proud. I don't want to single anybody out, but my chairperson, Councillor Welcome Salazi, I really want to thank you for the working relationship that we also had. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. On that note, we go then to point number 8, which is our confirmation of the minutes. And then point number 8.1, the special municipal council meeting that was on the 25th of August 2020. And it starts on page 6. Councillor Kraus, your hand is up.
Sorry, it's an old hand.
Page 7. Anyone? Page 8. Page 9. And on page 10. Thank you, Councillor. And we go to the minutes of the council meeting that was on the 27th of August. And I won't go through all the pages, but it ends on page 26. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hands up.
Thanks, Speaker. I've got an amendment on page 24.
Yes.
If you go to that page, you'll see that there was a caucus and then councillors returned, and then I proposed an amendment to the executive mayor's amendment. And my proposal was that the engagement, and that's with the Brackenhill community, be within the next 21 days and that all councillors be invited to the engagement. And then Councillor Krautz seconded the proposal by the mayor, but said that all councillors are not required. And then we went with that. So the resolution, Speaker, should include the words that the engagement be within the next 21 days, which doesn't appear in the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Carl?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will amend it as such if the council so unanimously resolve. And the minutes that we would then submit to your office would have that amendment.
Thank you. Then we agree on the minutes with that amendments.
Agreed, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker. Yes,
Yeah, thank you. Then we go to point number 9, which is the execution list. Anyone wants to say something on the execution list? Councillor Wasserman.
Chairperson, thank you. My first one is on, let me just see what page it'll be, page 20. And that is to do with the report on the auctioning of municipal properties. You will see there, Speaker, at B, it says that the report on the auctioning of... Am I going too fast?
No, which page, the Councillor Wasserman? Because there's not, it starts on page 27.
Page 20, Speaker.
20.
Yes. You got it, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Okay. So this is the report on the auctioning of municipal properties. It's item C1108-2020. At B, it says that the report on the auctioning of municipal properties be referred to the next council meeting in order to address the condemnation of the selling of the municipal properties below the reserve price. Speaker, that item is not on our agenda today. So my first question will be why not and when will it appear? Speaker, can I deal with all of my items, Speaker? I have 4.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman, I just need to correct something because maybe myself and you haven't got the same numbers because my execution list starts on page 27.
Oh no, but I'm going to the matters arising from the minutes.
Oh, okay.
Which should appear in the execution list. So if that's all right with you, Speaker, can I take you to the items in the actual minutes?
Okay, yes, no, I'm fine, I've got it.
Thank you, thank you. Speaker, the next item is on page 21, and that is item C1408-2020. And in that, it's actually on page 22, where the resolution was that at E, that a workshop of councillors be held before the next MPAC meeting, and that the AG and Provincial Treasury be invited to that workshop. Speaker, that workshop has not been called. I know that an MPAC meeting hasn't been held, but it was postponed a number of times, so that workshop should already have taken place. Speaker, then I'd like to take you to page number 23, and that is the Brackenhill item that we have just, it's actually page 24. The Brackenhill item where we've just confirmed the minute. That visit of the Executive Mayor, Portfolio Councillor, Speaker and one councillor from the DA to engage with the community of Brackenhill within 21 days. Speaker, those 21 days expired on the 17th of September. So I would like to know, please, when that visit will happen. And then also on page 24, it says that the resolution is that written responses to the questions of Councillor Wasserman with regards to the approval for designation of safe houses be submitted to her. Speaker, I haven't received anything in that regard. So I'd just like to know when that will be submitted to me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Zuko, is your hand is up?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mine, Speaker, is on the... good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. I was late. I forgot I didn't greet now. Speaker, mine is on the execution list that we've got here. I think when we started with this execution list, the purpose was for council to follow each and every resolution that they've taken. So that things, I want to use words that were used even when we started implementing this. so that things don't fall into the cracks. But if you look at the execution list, Speaker, that we've got in front of us, it doesn't give us the status of what is happening with each item. For an example, if you look at the first one, the application to purchase ERF 1-1 in Karatra, there's nothing on the column of status of execution. Whereas the purpose of having this was for council to follow exactly how far we are with that. So that is just my general comment with that, Speaker. And I think we do need to have that information as to know how far are we on implementing that resolution. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Councillor Kraut, as your hand is up. Councillor Selassie, as your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as far as I know, we are on matters arising. We are not yet on the execution list. So I'm a bit confused here, Speaker. Can you just tell me exactly where we are now? Because I actually want to answer Councillor Lezuko.
No,
Speaker,
I think
we
have to answer Councillor Wasserman's questions first before we go to the questions of the execution list. Carl, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I kindly indicate to you that there are no matters arising item on the agenda, simply because everything amongst others that the good Councillor Wasserman has raised is in fact in the execution list, because the execution list is a list of all the resolutions taken by Council up and until the minutes you've just approved. So with other words, when all the items she referred to is indeed, in fact, in the execution list. So I would suggest you move to the execution list, which is an item on the agenda, namely item 9, and you deal with it.
Thank you, Carl. Councillor Wasserman, before I give to the MM.
Sorry, Speaker, that's an old hand.
Okay. Councillor Wasserman, do you agree that we go to the execution list to address your questions also?
Yes, that's absolutely fine, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Crouch, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I must just say that I heard what Councillor Teokola said on the status of execution. However, when the agenda was printed, it didn't pick up some of the questions or some of the answers, the status of execution. So, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I can do properties and legal one, but I think maybe the MM wants to first talk and then I can do mine.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. Acting MM.
Speaker, I'm quite happy to yield to the council at this point. So if needs be, I'll speak after that.
Councillor Crouch, can I just ask the information that you are going to give us? Is it in front of councillors?
No, Speaker, it is not in front of councillors.
Can you just provide them then with that information, because we can't talk about something that's not in front of us.
I'm going to give it verbally.
Put it on the screen.
Speaker.
Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I totally agree with you, Speaker. We can't allow her to read a script for us now. I think it should be circulated rather than they should just apologize and say it should be here, but it's not here, then circulate it to us later on. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, Speaker.
Councillor Crouch.
Speaker, it will be circulated during the course of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. Acting MM.
No, Speaker, I wanted to say that there could be no harm in us receiving it verbally and then also circulating it. But if Council wants us to just circulate
you
it,
are a little bit
fine.
far from your mic.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, MM.
Yes, I'm saying I wanted to say there can be no harm in it being provided verbally and distributed with, whilst the meeting is underway. But if councillors want us to distribute it, we can do that also, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. I think what we then can do in the meantime, if we can, Maya, I see hand is up. Maya?
Speaker, thanks again. Speaker, thanks again. Speaker, there's a very simple way to deal with an execution list. We come a long way with this, and I was always told that this is a job in progress. But there's a very simple way to deal with the execution list. The MM should just go through the item and said, listen here, the first one, done. It can come off. It can come off the execution list. Second one, done. Those not being finalized or done, those are the ones that, as Councillor Wasserman raised, should then be answered at this meeting. But we don't need to wait for a list to be distributed amongst councillors. If the MM is in the position to say, let's talk about page number 28, that resolution there resolved, it's fine, we can take it off. And then continue with all these things. It will assist us a lot. I'm not quite sure what we want to achieve in asking now that the documentation should be given to councillors and what we're going to achieve from that, because it's just delaying processes here. It's just my view on this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Maya. I think what is happening, if I heard Councillor Kraus correctly, that these things was not picked up. So they are there. That's the answer I was asking, can't it just be put on the screen? MM?
Speaker.
Councillor Weideman, I see your hand is up before the MM. Councillor Weideman?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just wondering, the execution list is there to keep everybody informed of what is happening. If an item has been finished and done with, it's good to have it on the execution list. That is why it is there. As the Mayor states, yes, verbally is fine, but to have it in front of us where it says this item has been completed and that's it. That is why we've got an execution list, to put us in a position to see where we stand with everything. What is the point of having an execution list if you want to do it verbally? And what is the point of having a column to say where we stand at this stage? What is the point? Then why are we putting in an execution list in the first instance? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Maya, I see your hand is still up. Councillor Selassie, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you,
Councillors,
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Selassie.
Thank you, Speaker, man. Speaker, to me, man, I want the way forward in this. I don't think in this point on time we are still debating what is the way of our execution list must stand. I think the manager, if he's here, we can tell us the finalization of the resolution. The resolution is in progress. This is the two things, and you must understand. Yeah, we're sitting meeting by meeting with months. We can't finalize any item with 30 days or 25 days. The most of the item here is in progress, the most of them. But we must give municipality to continue to do their job, to tell us where, if we get the report, we get the report. But we cannot debate this thing for 30 minutes, otherwise we delay our meeting. I think, Speaker, you can give municipal managers with item by item. We continue as long as we get the report as we are here. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Salasi, MM.
Speaker, now I think what we can do is, and this is what Councillor Crouch wanted to do, is for her items to provide the execution or the dates. Can I just say that it's a mistake on the administration side? We should put in the status of execution and the due date. We should have put it in. That's our mistake. It's a work in progress, Speaker. So accept our apology for it, and we'll do better in future. We should put in the status of execution and the due date. Otherwise, it doesn't help it doesn't help having the execution list if you don't have that information. So I would ask you to allow the councillors, the portfolio councillors, to give the status updates of their respective items, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Crouch.
Speaker. I'm listening, Speaker.
Was the directive of the MM? We are now allowing you to answer the questions on the execution list.
Thank you, Speaker. If we're on page 27, the report back on the application to purchase ERF 121 Karatra. DP valuers requested to provide market-related price. The sale agreement has been prepared. There is not a due date, but this item is in the process of being finalized. On page 28, the application to buy portion ERF 19086 Denangwe. We are waiting for the valuation for DDP valuers to do the sale agreements, and there's also no due date yet. The next one is the report back on the application. The report back on the application to purchase encroached land. 1744 in a portion of ERF 1743. Okay, we are waiting for also waiting for the valuation from DDP valuers to do the sale agreement. There is a due date of the 12th of September, but it looked like that has not been finalized yet. Then we go to the report back on the application for the lease of a portion of ERF 2252 only Neisner. And the development of the, no, where is this? Okay, this is CGO8/07/2020 on page 29. Okay, the development of a policy was considered by the legal services, however, on a recommendation by the manager. The existing management of the immovable property will be reviewed to include any vacuums that exist relating to the beautification. Must say that this item has nothing, this execution has nothing to do with, oh yes, this is the beautification one. It's right. And to review the policy that will be tabled in the next section 80. So in the next section 80, the policy on the beautification of our town will be there. That is the one report. And then we have a report back on the
Councillor Crouch, on which page are you now?
I am now on page 30, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
The quarterly budget statement as of 30 December. I'm just going forward as I am, unless you have any questions.
Okay, Councillor Zuko, I see your hand is up and I see the hand of the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on page 21 on that application, is that, I just want to make sure, Speaker, is that due date corrected, 12th of September 2019?
Councillor Kraus did mention the date. That it
But what I mean,
seems that
Speaker,
it's
is it,
7.
or is it, she's also not sure 2019 or 2020?
No, I think it must be
Councillor
2020.
Lusuka, I said that the date is incorrect and that this process is still ongoing.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Matiwana, I don't see a hand, but I think the thing is flickering to me. Councillor Matiwana?
No, Speaker. I didn't flicker any hand. Sorry for any technical glitch.
Then you must mute yourself. Councillor Wasserman, was your hand up?
No, Speaker, it wasn't.
Okay, thank you. Then can we go to the next? Is there any other portfolio councils that need to?
Can I just complete my Speaker?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraus.
On page 30, quarterly budget statement as at 31st December 2019, that is done. On page 31, the close out of the revenue enhancement project.
Speaker?
That is done.
Speaker?
Because no provision was made in our current budget.
Point of order.
No, just clarification. On page 30, it was, I heard Councillor Kraut say it's done, but it said that a report regarding the dispute between Knysna Municipality and Gardner District Municipality regarding certain properties be submitted to the next ordinary council meeting. Was that done? Is that what she's referring to?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman, it was done, and it is also part of the going forward in the execution as part of the other resolutions.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Okay. Then we're on the report on the implementation of supply chain management policy for period ending 31st December. That is done. And the next one is not mine. That is the Director Integrated Human Settlement. But if we go to the review on the roads and traffic bylaws resolution to be auctioned, you will see there's 2. So the one on the roads and traffic bylaws, the second one, CM0102-2020. On that one, on page 32, this was done. The bylaws was promulgated in the Government Gazette on the 1st of September 2020. And then we are on page 33, where we have the report back on these proportion F, that one of only. I already mentioned that the reviewed policy will be tabled in the next Section 80 meeting. Then we have the report back on the application to purchase 8269 Kayaletu, Knysna Buting Erf 20283. The properties has requested human settlement to provide feedback with regards to the points on D and G of this resolution. Then we go to the report back on application to purchase a portion of ERF 214, White Location. A draft sale agreement and letter has been routed for signature, and there's also no due date yet. And then we're on page 36. the report back on the application to lease a portion of ERF 3281, only Knysna, the only replacement clinic. The Western Cape Department of Transport and Public Works has been informed the lease agreement is being finalized. So that's also in the process. Then we have progress report for the establishment of a shelter for homeless people in the Greater Knysna municipal area. The intention to utilize a portion of ERF 1343 Knysna, 14 Church Street, has been advertised for public comment. Then we have the capital budget report. That's on page 37. Capital budget report 2019-2020 as at 19 June 2020. And that has been done. I'm not the speaker, but I think speaker will note you.
No, conclude, Councillor Kraus. Let's see them to
Okay, then we have the application for the leasing of portion ERF 255 Knysna for farming purposes. A draft letter is routed for signature. So that one is an ongoing process. On page 38, the application to purchase a servitude road along ERF 13066 Knysna. The draft sale agreement letter has been routed for signature, so that's also in the process. Then on page 39, we are on the report on the staff housing policy. This matter is to be discussed with the integrated human settlements to finalize the comprehensive report. Then I am on page 43. A report on the implementation of supply chain management for the period ending 30 June 2020, including the annual stock taker report. That has been done. That has been done. And then I'm on the report on the disputed properties with Garden Route District Municipality. A letter to Garden Route Municipality. So that's all. Speaker.
You are breaking up.
Am I breaking up? Sorry, speaker. I don't want to break up. Okay. Then we are on page 45.
Councillor Crouch, you are breaking
report
up.
on the NERSA approved tariffs.
Councillor Crouch. Councillor Crouch, you are breaking up.
At this stage, I think Monet will answer that one because we were trying to figure on think Monissa's one. Speaker, you are breaking up.
No, I'm not talking. You are talking. You are breaking up.
Am I breaking up? Okay, speaker, I don't know why.
Yeah, we can't hear things, speaker, of what she's saying.
I was quiet now, but speaker, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Much
then
better,
only one more. The leasing of municipal Okay. Okay, the leasing of municipal property to the acting municipal manager. We are waiting instructions to proceed. I think that has done that part. And then I only have two more, and this is on the legal matters on page, where's this one? Got it. On page 51, on page 52, the report on civil matter arbitration, Brenton Haven, Pty Limited versus Knysna Municipality, the attorneys of record. They conveyed the content of the resolution to the applicants, and we are awaiting feedback on whether our proposal will be accepted. And then this is now the very last one, Speaker, I believe. The report to review on the review of the register of delegations of delegated powers of decision making. The delegation register was amended accordingly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. The MM, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, no, I thought the councillor passed over the garden route properties, but she did deal with that, so I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MM. Is there anyone that wants to respond on that report from the Governance and Finance Committee Chair? Councillor Weideman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Crouch, for going through that. That was a lot to take in verbally. And I'm just wondering whether we could update the execution list. As you say, it was not picked up. And if we could just get that and circulate it to the councillors again. We accept your verbal, but if you could just have that circulated to us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. I will arrange that it's been done in the meantime. So, Councillor Kraus, can you, after we've done everything, we will just give you the updated execution list. Who's the next councillor? Is it Human Settlement? Or Acting MM, do you want to come in? Deputy Mayor?
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Good morning. Speaker, Human Settlement has nothing here to report. I think all our staff was done. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting MM?
Yes, Speaker.
Is there anything that you want to report on the execution list?
No, Speaker, it seems as if there's a request that we rather circulate the written one, and we'll do that. We are in the process of getting that ready to be circulated to Councillor, Speaker. We'll do that.
Okay. And Councillor Wasserman, is you Councillor Selassie, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, also, I believe that even in community service, if it's anything councillors want to know, we can say, but I think all of them is in place. All of these things is the old thing of the report of traffic bylaw. It's the old issues, unless it's the one is want to ask the question, and then director you can sort him out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wasserman, I did see your hand.
No, it wasn't up, Speaker, but I would like to know whether my issues will be dealt with. Thanks.
It's my end, Speaker.
Is Councillor Womara? Yes.
Yeah,
can you just keep your hands up, Councillor, because I need to.
May I proceed? Speaker, may I proceed?
Yes.
I just want to know on page 36 from the MM. That is a report back on the application to lease a portion of Earth 3281, the only replacement clinic. If everything that's in that resolution was done.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. Councillor Weideman, is your hand up or is it an old hand? Thank
Sorry.
you. MM, can you just answer Councillor Wasserman's questions?
Councillor Wolmerans' question.
Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Wolmerans.
Okay, so do you want me to answer Councillor Wasserman's questions?
Yes.
And I'm assuming, Councillor Wasserman, you are referring to the report on houses on auction. I didn't pick that one up in the execution list. The issue with that report, Councillor Wasserman, I'm talking under correction now, but you see the problem is with our meetings falling so soon on each other, is that when the meeting is finished, when we have our council meeting, the agenda for the next meeting has already closed. So that report is supposed to come to council, but it's unfortunately not possible to have a report in the following council meeting if the council makes a resolution like that. The impact workshop should happen. We have lost the chairperson of impact, and therefore the meeting of impact could not be set. The idea was that we have the workshop and the meeting on the same day. So as soon as we've appointed, as council has appointed a new impact chairperson, we'll set the date for that workshop and the meeting of impact. That should happen. The question on safe houses, Councillor Wasserman, if you have not received that, then it's an oversight, and we should give that to you. I'll make sure that after the meeting we see where that process is. It's an oversight if you haven't received it yet. Sorry for that. Councillor Wolmerans, I'm assuming the mayor will speak on the Brackenhill matter. On the question of the lease of portion of Earth 3281, there has been a letter sent to the department. The letter has been drafted, definitely. I must just make sure that it has actually gone off. But there was a letter sent to the department in respect of that, and they now need to respond within the time period that we've given them for that. Councillor Wolmerans, thank you.
Thank you, MM. I would like to answer the issue on 15.2 that Councillor Wasserman raised about the 21 days in the meeting of Brackenhill. Yes, indeed, we did agree on 21 days, and I think the oversight was that we were on level 2, and we were not able really to have public meetings, but that will be scheduled in due course, Councillor Wasserman, to have that meeting, that public meeting in Brackenhill. But also now that myself, the MM and the mayor went there, I think we all got now a better idea of the issues that we think that we must dealt with in Brackenhill. So we're going there with a more clearer understanding when we go to the public meeting in Brackenhill. But that will be communicated. It was not that we didn't want to do, but I think because we were on level 2 and we had not had any public meeting, so we will have that arranged very soon. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad it'll happen very soon, and I look forward to receiving a date from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Can we now proceed with our agenda?
Speaker,
we on acting MM.
Speaker, if you'll just allow me on the last item that I reported on, the only replacement clinic. I just want to confirm that the letter did go off to the Department of Transport and Public Works, the Western Cape Department, and the lease agreement is being finalized. That will be reported on the written, the updated document that will be circulated to councillors.
Thank you, Emma. We now on 10.1. a report from the speaker, and it's on page 60. Anyone on that? Acting MM?
Sorry, Speaker, that's
an
an
old
old
end.
end. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, yeah.
thank you. Can we then move? If there's no one? Can we put to point number 11? The statement from and communication by the executive mayor. And that we will find on your supplementary, Carl. I see your hands up.
Yes, indeed, Speaker, you are quite correct. The report from the mayor is on the first supplementary, the very first page, sorry, page 2 and 3. So the information under that item you will find in the supplementary agenda, page 2 and 3.
Thank you, Carl. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I just want to make a request. Some of us don't have the privilege of printing. We've got these things in electronic copies, and it's on the other side now. Can we maybe deal with this one because of it's in the supplementary? Deal with it there. Otherwise, now I have to go out there and go there and then come back.
Councillor Luzuko, we are following the agenda because otherwise you're going to have us because there's a point number 11 on the agenda. We've dealt with point number 10.1 and we're now on point number 11.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Speaker. Point number 11, it's the statements of the mayor. And those, Speaker, are not on the main agenda. It's on your supplementary. Now, what I'm saying is that I'm using, for an example, a tablet. I'll have to go out of this and go to the supplementary agenda and then come back again. I don't have a hard copies in front of me. I was making a request.
I will review your request for now. Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask the question if we are going to deal with the item now or if we are going to deal with it in the supplementary. So I'll wait for your answer.
No, I wanted to deal with the item now, Councillor Wolmerans.
Speaker?
Yes.
But you see exactly what Councillor Luzuko has said now. Now we have to go out of this agenda, go into the supplementary agenda, and then come back again. So it says there clearly that there was no report submitted at the compilation of this agenda. So that's why it's in the supplementary.
Are you raising the same thing that Councillor Luzuko was raising? I thought you wanted to speak on the item.
No, I want to speak on the item, but I am raising the same point as what Councillor Luzuko is raising, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans and Councillor Luzuko. Disappointed in Councillor Luzuko because I thought IT was your thing.
No, Speaker, I never did IT. But, you organize yourself, Speaker, with these things. And
let's
it's a problem when you have...
Let's then go to point number 12. Items for consideration. 12.1. Recommendations from the Mayoral Committee.
Speaker?
Anyone? Yes, Carl? Carl?
Speaker, I think it was the mayor.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't me,
Mayor?
Speaker. I'm innocent. Totally innocent.
Sorry. Then Maya, I'm waiting for you. Over to you.
Speaker, yes, thank you very much. I think there's a song that's called It Wasn't Me. Speaker, let me get to page 62, which is the start of the recommendation from the mayoral committee. May I sit down, Speaker? Speaker, I can... okay.
You man, mayor man.
Let's start on
Our
page...
next meeting will be in the council chamber, councillors.
I'm alone in the council chamber, yes, so I will sit down.
Councillor Zuko?
Speaker, I think you might. No, I was going to say, Speaker, on a lighter note, I think he's not been, ever since he's been the mayor, he's never been to the chamber. So please, Speaker, let's do that.
Speaker, I must say he's got a picture there. He might not be in the chambers, but I see his pictures hanging.
Oh, oh.
You must check it out,
Speaker, yes. Let's continue. Let's not dwell on these things too much. Speaker, let's start on page 62. It is supported to the Financial and Corporate Service Committee, meeting held on the 9th of September 2020. The recommendation on the quarterly budget statement, Q4 ending June of 2020. The recommendation is there. Should I read the recommendation for councillors?
No, we know we can move, Mayor.
Okay, then the next one, Speaker, is item submitted to the Infrastructure Service Committee meeting held on the 9th of September. Item submitted to the Planning Development. There's the next one. There were no items for the infrastructure. So we're now with the Planning Development Committee meeting held on the 5th of September 2020, the Bongani Catchment Rehabilitation Plan. Recommendation B, the provision be made in the 2021 financial year. Great, that's Speaker.
Yes.
Great, Mayor.
And the last one on page 2, that's an item submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee held on the 10th of September. The Social Housing Program, recommendations A, B, C, D, and E.
Speaker?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just want to draw your attention to recommendation D, which says that the proposed criteria for such developments be the determinant factor to evaluate the social housing programs. Now, those proposed criteria, if I recall, are in the report. And Speaker, what happens in time to come is people look back on this resolution and no one knows what the proposed criteria were that Council resolved. So, Speaker, I would ask that the proposed criteria actually form part of the resolution. Thank you.
Speaker, no, I don't have a problem with that. If it will assist future references, Speaker, to be quite clear, then I don't have that problem with that. It is the council that is decide on that.
Thank you, Maya. Amen.
Speaker, no, as the mayor says, if the council wants us to record it like that, we can surely do so.
So therefore, Chair, Speaker, I saw Councillor Wasserman's hand, so let me wait for her.
No, it's not
Okay, then going back to the Chair, I just now need to understand quite clearly your caller. Speaker, his hand is up before I continue with this.
Yes, I'm speaking to him.
Yes.
You know, when I give him to talk, he doesn't talk.
No, I was saying, Speaker, as the mayor said, the council needs to make that decision. So I want to second Councillor Wasserman's proposal on that one. Thanks.
Speaker, then thank you very much. I just hope that the administration have received that amendment and that it be then so amended. Agree on that?
Mayor. Carl, I hope you have captured that one.
Yes, Mayor, we can move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we will look into the item and physically or name the criteria and then just confirm whether it's correct, and it would be minuted as such and submitted to the next council meeting for confirmation.
Thank you, Carl. Councillors, we then go to point number 13. It said new matter submitted by the acting municipal
No, Speaker, jy het 'n bietjie gehard op TTO vast. Speaker, you're a bit quick there. Let me just finish this.
Where are you now, Mayor?
I'm still on page 63. Just remember, we just had an amendment to D.
Okay, sorry.
So we now with the following one. There's no items for integrated human settlements for the 1st of September. Items submitted to the mayoral committee meeting held on 23rd of September 2020. A report on integrated settlements, identification of informal areas within the Greater Knysna municipal area, and electrification. Speaker, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Supported.
Agreed on this, Speaker?
I just have a
But I
question.
don't have a command.
Speaker, can I go ahead?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Okay, I just want to ask at the bottom in bold, it says the information contained in this report will be verified and if need be, an amended report will be submitted in due course. So I just want to find out, is it then correct that nothing needed to be amended?
Mayor?
Chair, the mayor didn't write that bold letters there. But I would agree with Councillor Wasserman that there's no need to verify any of the reports besides the one that we've amended as one recommendation, which is now a resolution of council. So her thinking about this is probably correct, the way that she interpreted. Probably administration can respond to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting Carl. I see Mr. Lindile Petuna, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps we should give him, being the functionary, the first time to speak on this. Far from saying that note is an administrative note which Committee Services has inserted. It was not part of the resolution, although it was discussed and agreed upon. So just not to forget it, we just inserted that as an administrative note.
Thank you, Carl. Mr. Petuna.
All right, thank you, Speaker. The issue of verification was in respect of the occupants of the Wendy houses. That's the report that would then follow. It's in respect of the actual Wendy houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you, Speaker. On this one, Speaker, I just want to understand, if you look at the recommendation E, there's a vote already identified for this. And I think this vote was identified before the amendment that was made in the MACO. I just want to know how much of an impact will that amendment have on the vote that's been identified? I'm talking about the amount that's in that vote now. The amendment, how is it going to impact on that?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zuko. Mr. Donis, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. We've done an analysis in terms of the execution of this recommendation, and we are comfortable that the funding in that vote will be sufficient, because you must remember that we are handing over now a lot of that houses, and that material will become available on which we can utilize for fixing of the Wendy houses that people are staying in.
Thank you, Mr. Dwenis. Over to you, Maya. Councillors, do we agree on the report from the mayor?
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker,
Yes.
I just want to make sure, Speaker, that because the remaining part, those were the recommendations to Council, the remaining is just resolutions by the mayoral committee, which start on page 66 and end on page 76. So that basically is just for noting. Speaker, are you with me?
Yes, Maya.
So I don't have to go through it item by item or page by page. I just say that on page 66, 14.1 is items for noting. So I'm not going to go through all the items. I'm just inform council that those are the resolutions taken by the mayoral committee, starting on page 66 and end on page 76. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. Is there any questions, councillors?
No questions. Thanks.
You can continue.
Thank you. Then we go to page 77. Notice or to introduce questions by Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman, I can give over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have seen in the supplementary that the information that I've asked for has been provided, so there's no need to debate it further. I do have the information and I'll go through it. Thank you very much to those who've provided the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Then, councillors, can we now go to the supplementary agenda? But also, if you want us to break for a few minutes, we can do it, unless you want us to finish the first supplementary.
Chair, Speaker.
Maya?
Just more clarity, Councillor Basel now did receive in writing answers to questions. I'm a bit concerned about the process happening here, Chair. I just want to make sure whether this report by the Supply Chain Management Department, whether it was submitted to the Section 80 Committee for discussion and debate by that specific committee. Just on clarity.
Okay, Maya. Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you, Speaker. No, just wanted to know, Speaker. Thank you. The number 17, Speaker, are we going to do it after the supplementary, the motions of exigency?
Yes, Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker.
Okay, thanks.
Maya?
Speaker, it's important. I need to raise that question because if that information was not submitted at the Section 80 Committee, we need to get answers. But if it was submitted to that specific committee, Chair, then I would like to know whether the information submitted to that committee was insufficient. And for that reason, Councillor Wasserman then need to raise that question as a question in full council. And it's important that we understand that. Unless the information being submitted in the Section 80 Committee on supply chain did not address, or all the information was not available there, then we need to find out from administration what is happening here. Because normally we will receive at the end of each quarter a report on supply chain. And then the minutes of both the BSC, the BEC, and the BAC are submitted to that specific committee. So my questions will then be twofold. One, whether that information was not submitted to the Section 80 Committee. And secondly, if it was submitted, didn't we get all the information to satisfy Councillor Wasserman for them not asking a question in council. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wolmerans, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I want to respond on your question or whether we should have a break now. I think a 10 minutes break will be sufficient, please, Speaker.
Okay. Can we just maybe just do the mayor's one, and you can go to the new matter submitted.
Don't have a problem. I don't have a problem.
Okay. Can you answer the mayor or someone in finance? Councillor Skosana?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine will be also in the same item the mayor raised. I think we were in item 16.1, which was raised by Councillor Vasserman, that what were the motives behind when she thought of putting this in, the intention of putting this motion on the table? But she's perceiving something that we don't know, because we understand that it's a political right as a party that they need to also to play their oversight role. If she was not happy, because I know she read every agenda she received, maybe she picked up something that made her to be suspicious, and it's their role to play that role of looking after the interest of the community as well as us other councillors. Can then someone assist us here in this regard? So we just throw it because she does receive responses. Now she's happy. She must take us through. All the administrators must take us through that. The information was there in the Section 80s. Councillors had an opportunity to debate around these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Councillor Davis, was your hand up? Councillor Davis?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. No, I don't know what the challenge is about, because we have, I mean, it's in our rights as councillors to ask questions. And I'm not sure if Councillor Wasserman wants to go into details about it, but the reality is that there's many reasons we could ask questions. And it's your prerogative, Speaker, to decide if those questions are in order or not. But as I say, the questions are purely based on information purposes. And I think it's in the right. I don't think we can assume anything sinister or anything that is untoward. We ask questions, we are councillors, we have this provided to us by the rules of order to ask questions, to put in motions, and we will continue to do that, Speaker. I just wanted to comment on that. I don't think we must now try to find hidden agendas and things within these questions. Councillor Wasserman made it clear that she submitted questions, there was a clear response, and she's happy with that. So I just want to comment on that, Speaker. Otherwise, we can move forward. You know, I don't know why we're still dealing with this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vale. I see Councillor Crouch, your hand was up. Councillor Crouch?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I hear what Councillor Lavelle is saying. However, I think we are all doing our oversight role, and I think where Councillor van Aswegen and Skosana is coming from is that we all need to do our oversight. So if Councillor Wasserman knows something that she thinks council should know, she must bring it to the attention of council. I mean, this is where this is all coming from. It is not malicious or anything, Councillor Davis. It is just that if there's something that she thinks council should know, then she must bring it under our attention. That is where it goes to say maybe she's got information that we don't have. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman?
Thanks, Speaker. I can assure the councillors that if I have information that I think council should know, I will make that information available to council. But at this stage, I would like to say, Speaker, that I don't think that you should stifle councillors' rights to ask questions. The question has been asked, the information has been provided. I'll go through it carefully, and if there's anything that I need to bring to council's attention, I will do so. thank you very much to all the councillors for their curiosity and their commitment to oversight. It's much appreciated. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I see the mayor's hand. I see Councillor Skosana's hand. Councillor Crouch, I think yours is an old hand.
Speaker, I want to be quite clear here. I didn't ask any questions to Councillor Leville Davis or to Councillor Wasserman. In fact, I don't want them to respond. I want to be quite clear that there was information submitted to a Section 80 committee through the supply chain report that we received in that meeting. So my questions therefore were twofold. If there is another question raised by a council in a council meeting, is it because that information was not submitted to the Section 80 committee? That's why the question is here. And if it was submitted to the Section 80 committee, was the information that was submitted to that committee inadequate and not the whole information for council then to ask in council that same information that was submitted in the Section 80 committee? I just want to get an answer from administration in that regard. Or even the portfolio council could assist us by saying, yes, it was there. The BEC, the BSc, the BEC and the BAC reports, letters submitted to the relevant contractors, that information was there. Unless this, Speaker, is additional information that is not being submitted to the Section 80 committee, then we need to get an answer towards that, and not from Councillor Davies or Councillor Wasserman, but from administration. So I want my question being answered basically by administration and the portfolio councillor. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. Councillor Crouch, maybe I must give to you or someone in finance. MMS, your hand is up.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika, I want the someone to answer the mayor's question, then we can proceed.
Please, before we answer, Speaker, now I don't know who's, maybe I'm confused or. Speaker. Last time we started 10 minutes and Askangi quarter was a motion. Speaker, agenda.
No, we were on the motions before we were going to do. Was going to do it after the motions, Councillor Matika. And then I also proposed maybe on the supplementary that we dealt with a report of the mayor, and then we go for a break.
So we are on supplementary agenda number 2.
No, we are still on the questions by Councillor Wasserman, and we're just going to finish that one. That's why the mayor is still waiting for his questions to be answered. I don't know where you were. And then I said, then we go to the supplementary, we do the statement of the executive mayor, and then we break.
But okay.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Skosana, I just want someone to answer the mayor, and then I will give to you.
Speaker, do you want me to?
Speaker?
Do you want me to speak now?
You still here, Speaker?
Yes, I've given to the MM.
Okay, Speaker, the only answer that I can give you, Speaker, that I cannot answer the mayor immediately. I don't know if one of my colleagues can, because I would have to go back on the records to see what was reported to the committee before. I don't have that information. It all predates my appointment. So I do not have an answer immediately. I don't know if one of my colleagues have an answer. Otherwise, I'll have to come back to the council in future with an answer, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I did see Monet's hand up. Monet?
Sorry, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Monet.
I speak. I just wanted to say that this is additional information, that the information was submitted to the Section 80 committee. So this is additional information that was requested.
Thank you, Manay. Councillor Skosana. Then I see the Deputy Mayor's hand and then the Mayor.
Somlomo yabona ke ngoku izoba ingxaki le nto ithethwa ngolando ngoku acting CFO. I think besaba uthetha qala nina gqibezela umuntu ophetheyo ngenye into futhi siphelise leyo. Umuntu ophendula direct ukuthi ngu-MM. Ukugqitha nje somlomo le information lapha phambi kwethu i-public knowledge ipha phandle white paper le. Now umuntu xa ebhala emotion wayibhale nee-questions zakhe ayazi ukuthi uba ziyafundwa ngaba. Now inika enye ingqondo yobantwini ukuthi uba ii-directors zethu zihleli kwii-tender because zizohlala kwii-tender ingathi zineento zizenzayo phantsi kwetafini. Now ngoku umuntu athi uphendulekile kodwa ezi zinto ohlobo athetha ngalo meya athi siyazixoxa kwizikomiti zethu apho umuntu anophakamisa khona into zakhe. Because even xa unofunda nje i-background kamama lobhale apha uthi the tender specification document is attached for ease of reference. Okongathi ungumntu owazi into sengayaziyo. Now ngoku yafuneka ephendulile abantu bamamele kule nto iphelile nto basizivalele ibhungeni sodwa kumanyelwe ngabantu. Now ungangathi khona abantu abangenzi umsebenzi wabo. Now ke nayo ilaa nto abantu bethu administrators zethu maziphendule ncakasane nento elapha uba ewe izi zinto zazibekiwe ku-section 80 qha ii-councillors azifuna ufunda nazo zifuna ukudlala ipolitiki xa kuhlelwe ngolu hlobo. Manime apho ke mama.
Speaker.
Deputy Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much, man. Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker. Can that be translated to us, please? What Councillor Skosana just said.
Can I come in, Speaker?
Wally? Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. What Councillor Skosana actually saying is that this becomes now a challenge because the acting CFO, Monet, supposed to explain this prior to the report, and this must be tabled for everyone so that everyone can know, because the report that Councillor Wasserman, if I'm correct, is questioning is questionable, because it seems now there are some stuff that have been done in isolation, which the council is not aware of, or councillors are not aware of. So what the councillor Skosana was saying is that let this be dealt with and in a right way so that everybody can be on the same board. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally. Deputy Mayor, your hand is up. And the Mayor and then the MM.
Speaker, thank you very much, man. Speaker, mine is going to be very simple. And I think I must thank the acting CFO, Mornay, for providing answers to the questions raised by Councillor Wasserman. I think that has really saved us time, Speaker, because from where I'm sitting, all that particular information was on the Section 80. You know, the records are confirming that, you know. So I wanted to check, Speaker, if there are no other issue, because the councillor is very happy, you know, as she has put it very clear, Councillor Wasserman. So I do not really understand, you know, I'm worried about time, you know. So, Speaker, I was going to propose, then after all your speakers, then we proceed to another item. Thank you very much. Otherwise, once again, thank you very much to our administration for doing their job. Thank you very much. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Speaker, thanks again. I wish I was that optimistic now as the Deputy Mayor. Speaker, the response of, and just remember, this is an open council meeting, live streamed to public out there. So the public listen to these things, and it's important that we understand the context what we're talking about here. Just remember, the acting CFO quite clearly stated that this is additional information. That basically means that the information submitted to a Section 80 committee, where councillors is supposed to play their oversight role, clearly defined what they should do. And all the information is not at that specific committee. It therefore put a question mark to all of those supply chain reports that were submitted to a Section 80 committee. I'm really concerned about that. Because now I can go back in all these years and say that the information submitted to the Section 80 committee pertaining to supply chain was not all the information. It can then be perceived as selective information. And I don't want to be put in that situation that when I received a report, did not receive all the information that I need to fulfill my oversight responsibility. And I want to be clear on this issue. If the council at the Section 80 committee did not receive all the information that they're supposed to receive, that now put Councillor Wasserman in the situation that she now asks for additional information. That to me, Chair, cannot be accepted and correct. I want to raise this, and I want to raise this as a serious concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya. Councillor Skosana, is your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. Let me rather speak my Pesimdala English. Madam Speaker, let me register my concern also, because out of what the councillor put a question of intention forwarded to us, Councillor Wasserman. She even said that there's information that she's going to distribute again when she perused the answers that she received. I wish you're going to send it to your office so that we can receive it in due course. On top of that, I must register that by saying that we are a corrupt-free leadership here. If she can assist us in that terms, because it's perceived that there is something not right here, because what Monet said that there's additional information. Correctly said by the mayor that I'm concurring with the mayor that we need to be given all information by the directors in our portfolio so that we can't debate such issues in this manner. And that's what I was saying before also, that these people must understand this is in a white paper. Everyone is listening to us. It's not that time where we close ourselves in a council chamber. Now it's perceived as if that there is something that is happening with this tender. When you read Talare in terms of how it has been treated by the person in charge. So my last words will be that I'm a corrupt-free person. If there's anything that is been perceived by the DA within this tender, they must produce it so that we deal with the matter and we close the chapter. Because this town doesn't have money to deal with corruption.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Maya, you still want to say something before we conclude on this matter?
Speaker, do you see my hand?
No, speakers and old then. Let me put my hand down. Sorry, my apologies.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, some of the comments are valid, and I hear what the mayor is saying. But you know, we just, at times we like to prolong things. I think Councillor Wasserman, the person who has asked her questions, has made it very clear that she got a response and she is going to go through that. And if there's anything that she needs to put in front of council, she will do that. So I don't understand now, why do we have to deal with things that are being perceived, wara. We can't deal with waras here. Councillor Wasserman will come back if she finds anything, and we deal with that. And there is really a concern that when we sit at Section 80 committees, we don't get full information. That's a valid concern. But to say there's perceived what, things will come. If she finds anything, she will bring it. If the DA finds anything, the DA will bring it.
What now?
No, I'm saying the wara thing, Speaker, the things that are being perceived. No,
in
it's
a
perception.
Meeting here. What is wara?
Wara is perception.
Speak on a point of clarity.
Speaker, it's talking about perceptions. Now I'm saying, that's why I'm saying, Speaker, let's not deal with perceptions here. the person who has asked questions has made it very clear that she's going to go through the responses that she's got, and then if there's anything, then she'll come back to council. By asking these questions, she doesn't know anything. That's why as a person, when you ask a question, you don't know anything, and then you ask a question. Speaker, I suppose that we move forward.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Maya, you will be the last one.
Speaker, on the point of order.
Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On the point of
Just
order.
put your hand up. I will
Speaker,
note you.
I did raise my hand. I don't know. It seems that you are not getting my hand today. Speaker.
I see your hand now. I see it there.
Councillor Chagola, are you private? No, are you private meeting? This is a council meeting. And here, all of us councillors.
Speaker,
right
on a point of order. Councillor Matika raised on a point of, not a point of order. On what point of order? What is the point of order?
Speaker. Speaker, I'm still saying.
No, he didn't raise the point of order. He
said on a point of order, Speaker.
I'm still on a point of order. I'm still a point on Rule 22. I'm still on a point of order. I'm saying, Speaker. I'm saying, Speaker. Councillor Zuko. Speaker, this is a council meeting. If Councillor Wasserman wanted a private information, he should have wrote straight to you or to the MM. He brought this to the council, so for us to discuss. If there are issues that we are not happy with, we should be answered. That information must come to us. It was not only because he's now happy, because he sent an information, now suddenly he's happy. It's an information for all of us, for council and the public out there to have. It was not a private SMS or private email to an MM or the speaker. It was a motion to the council. So we as the council must be satisfied and then we move. If we're not satisfied, we cannot move. It's not about Councillor Wasserman, it's not about Councillor Chakolo, it's not about the speaker, it's about the council as well. Thank you very much.
Councillor Matika. Maya?
Speaker, thanks again. Speaker, that's got nothing to do with wara. I've asked 2 questions based on the information in front of me. That questions were answered with great concern for me by morning. I don't want Councillor Teokolo, Councillor Davies or Councillor Wasserman to respond to what I've said. If there's a response by an official stating that this is additional information that was not in front of the Section 80 committee, that is where I have a problem. Because that is where we debate and discuss these things. So now it's making fools of all of us as councillors. When in an open council meeting, we then find out that we did not receive all the information we were supposed to receive at the Section 80 committee meeting. It's make a mockery of the process, it makes fools of us as councillors. That's the point I want to raise here. The content of what Councillor Wasserman is going to get, she will provide that to council. I'm not interested in that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Mone, I see your hand is up. Mone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mone.
Madam Speaker, the report submitted to council is a summary of the tenders awarded, and as well as the reports from the BAC and the BAC. However, Councillor Wasserman wanted detailed information, for example, certificates that will not be in the report submitted to council. It is council's prerogative to also inform administration in which form they want those reports. And I therefore don't see it as information that was not submitted due to, as I've indicated, it's more the detailed. However, the summary was provided to the Section 80 committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Monet. I think we can close this chapter now, because that answer from you, from Monet, is now cleared. The question on additional information, Mayor. Councillors, can we?
No, thanks,
Mayor,
Speaker. No, thanks, Speaker, for that. No,
yeah,
I want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the last item that I want us to do before we go on a break is the communication by the Executive Mayor on the supplementary agenda. And it's on page 2, Councillor Wilmera, your hand is up.
Speaker. You also is Mayor.
Councillor Wilmera, your hand is up. Councillor Wilmerans.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, I want to ask a question on the Mayor's report. Mine is on the date of the 9th of September. Mayor, you had a meeting with, I don't know who that people are, the pink lorries. According to my knowledge, it's pink lorry. So there's an E missing. Then I want to know, why are you referring to these people as the pink lorries and not as the organizers of the pink lorry or the organizers of the Tickle Me Pink? Or I just want to know, why are you referring to them as the pink lorries? You could have even put in there the organizers' names. If you can just answer me on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmerans, Councillor Crouch, and then Luzuko and the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I've noticed that we've done 16.1, but now I also see there's a 16.2 that was not attended to. The other motion of the housing markets, typologies and whatever. Yes. I just need to understand, why are we skipping that?
Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that one, Councillor Crouch. It's fine. We will go to that one. Councillor Luzuka, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Just to first start on that one, Speaker, I think when you opened it to, you said these are the questions asked by Councillor Wasserman, and then Councillor Wasserman came in, and then she said, thank you, Speaker, she received the answers to those questions. So I think she dealt with it in that way.
Yeah.
But I think people
I also
were just
thought it was for both of them.
Yes, that's what happened, Speaker. Because she said she got answers for both, and then she will go through them, and then we continued but people were interested in the first one. But Speaker, if I can go.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. I can see you on my side today.
Yes.
we must keep it up.
Yes, Speaker, let me go to the report of the Executive Mayor. It's just a comment for me. You know, when I didn't see it on the original agenda, and there was a note there saying that it was not available, I thought maybe it is because we were going to receive an updated report. That was even going to go to the only thing and stuff like that. But I see it's still the same date as yours. It's still ending in the same date as yours as the Speaker. So I see the Speaker in her report this time around has done very well, Mayor. Your report was late. I thought it was going to be updated, but it's still the same day. I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. Is your hand up? Councillor Weideman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to refer to the item on the 3rd of September, thereabouts. The mayor says that an AM had walkarounds in the different wards. I would like to know whether there's now been a strategy put together, what is happening. He has now identified the challenges and the problems, and what will now happen. Will a strategy be put together with the results of the outcomes in each ward? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Deputy Mayor, your hand is up.
No, Speaker, that's an old end. Okay. Old end, Speaker.
Mayor, over to you.
Sorry, Speaker, are you going to take our questions later?
Okay, and you can go, Councillor Wasserman. Maybe we can take all of them.
My question is around the item on the 2nd of September, the meeting with Ground Up. It says that the Ground Up project has, I assume, manufactured a solar panel geyser from Knysna. So just some clarification from the mayor, please. Is that geyser manufactured in Knysna? How is the geyser related to Knysna? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. On your report from my side, Mayor,
Sorry, Speaker, I've also got a question. My hand was up for quite some time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Weil. You can go. Councillor Weil, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 1st of September, through your Speaker, to the Mayor, there was a Premier's Coordinating Forum pertaining to electricity challenges and mitigation solutions. I just would like to know if the Mayor can just elaborate on that a bit, because that sounds quite interesting, considering that where we are going with electricity, etc. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weil. Mayor, on the questions on your report, mine will be on page number 3 on the 16th of September. And I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer me. When we were visited by the provincial speaker, at the Vryse Primary School, and I see there's in the middle column there is Youth for Life and Good Samaritan Feed SA. I just wanted to know were those people part of the visit, because it looked like they were the sponsors for the shoes. That was just my. I was not invited as a speaker. I thought just also raise that. Maybe it was a main thing. But I would like to know, did you meet these people that actually, they look like they're the sponsors of the school shoes? Thank you, Mayor. Over to you, Mayor.
Die helfte van die goed by julle gevra het ek al lank al vergeet. Speaker, on a more serious note, let me start with a question of Councillor Wolmerans. Councillor Wolmerans, that is how they referred to themselves when they introduced them to me. I just hope that answers your question. Yes, I picked up the spelling mistake. It is Pink Luries and not Pink Lorry. I hope that answers your question. Getting to the question of Councillor, I think it's Councillor Teokolo. Let me first leave out that one. The one speaker that deals with the issue of the walk around by myself, the acting municipal manager, in the different wards, There will be a full report, Chair, the moment we done all our walk around on every ward, the challenges, and therefore also Councillor Weideman, the strategies. Because some of these challenges is not only applicable to a specific ward. Housing, for example, which we picked up, the building of illegal structures, it's applicable in a lot of wards. So we will have a final strategy or a report on the challenges and then come up with a strategic report which will be submitted by the acting municipal manager. Then, Chair, the question about the solar panel, I think it's Councillor Wasserman. If I'm wrong, it's not the correct councillor. I apologize. This is one thing that actually was quite fascinating to me, Councillor Wasserman. The person that designed this solar panel geyser is from Neisner. Information given to me by the people that visited me is that this solar panel geyser is already in market in other African countries. So it was quite fascinating to know that this town is responsible for the manufacture or development or whatever you want to call it of a solar panel geyser. And as a municipality, we didn't even have one in our municipality on any of our houses. I've also then asked Councillor Matika to look at it from the infrastructure committee, and he will probably bring it once it's a item to his committee to discuss it further. Then Councillor Speaker, the Youth for Life and Good Samaritan Street South Africa. Ma'am, I'm not in charge, unfortunately, of the diary or the visits of the Speaker of the province. I received my invitation through the Mayor of Eden District Municipality. So I was invited by the Eden District Municipality Mayor to attend this function, which eventually I understand was arranged by the Speaker of the legislature. The only one I didn't touch on. So on the issue about the who's responsible for the shoes, I'm not in a position to answer that question. Then on the question, I think it was Councillor Tiokolo about a comment, and that was just a comment about the time frames. As you quite rightly could see that it is reported from the 18th of August to the 18th of September, so it's a month report. So the things that you make references of was after that, the due date, which was the 18th of September. And with the indulgence of the Speaker, I was allowed to submit a late report. I think that's all the questions raised by councillors. If I left out anyone, I'm prepared to respond again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I must understand that you did not meet the people that sponsored the shoes.
Speaker, my engagement. I need to respond to one question which was raised by Councillor Bill Davis on the electrification challenges. Yes, this was a discussion in the meeting which addressed the challenges of electrification all over the district, not only in Neisner. At one stage, there will be a report on items that need to go to our own infrastructural committee to understand what are the real challenges on electrification in all the different wards. Up to now, as a municipality, just remember some of our areas being provided electricity by Eskom. Some of our areas, like Brackenhill, for example, being provided on private property electricity by our own municipality. And those are the challenges that need to be identified by this municipality we at this moment, and especially specifically pertaining to the district, we don't have a clear picture or a layout plan or whatever you want to call it on the challenges of electrification in an old district. So that was just a discussion to inform us what's happening in the district and what the challenges are. If the council want a full report on that, I can ask them to submit a report and then put that report to the Section 80 committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Weideman, your hand is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for your message there about the walk around. I know that you have identified a lot of burning issues in the wards, and they are a lot similar to other wards as well. The problem is, if I don't know when you will be finished with all your walkarounds to all the other wards, but in the meantime, some of these issues are getting worse and worse. And when would we be able to expect a report on some of the issues that you have identified in the wards? Must that wait until you have finished all your walkarounds, or can some of them be attended to sort of as soon as possible? Thank you.
Speaker, if I can respond. I see the hand of the acting MM.
Okay. Acting MM.
Is it an old hand? Okay, if you don't want to respond, Councillor Weideman, yes, you're correct. I think at some stage we should not just wait for other wards' reports. I'm going to compile, ask the acting MM to compile a report ASAP, and probably within the next round of Section 80 committee. You don't have to wait for a next council meeting. Submit us a report on a ward-by-ward basis. I will liaise with the acting about that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Francisco Sana.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mayor. Let me welcome your report. But I think I've missed this issue that I want to raise when we're dealing with the Speaker's report. Let me start first with this one. Mayor, I think next time we need to have a report just deal with intergovernmental issues. Some of our priorities in our wards are intergovernmental issues. Moving further is that I think, Speaker, through this opportunity, we need to have a standing item that speak to the councillors that represent this council in the Garden Road. They must also have a report within our agendas. They can't just go to the Eden and come back and do as they wish. I think we should have a standing item also around them, because we get issues in our ward that speak to the Garden Road. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sana. They are all aware that they must submit reports after they've attended their meetings. So I think we have already agreed. We agreed long time ago it must be a standing item on the agenda, and also Salga must be a standing item on the agenda. So I think that one is clear. Councillors, the recommendation is there that we note the report of the Mayor. You still want to add, Councillor Skosana? Mayor?
Speaker, no, there are very important reports that also need to come to council. At one stage, our normal meetings with the MECs and the Premier. That one is a very important meeting. Unfortunately, the primary issue that was discussed there was the issue of COVID-19 and impact on municipalities. But that is a very important report that will have to come to council very soon. But it falls outside the time frame of 18th to 18th.
Thank you, Mayor. Carl, I'm going to do this now for the last time. That we need to have standard items on the agenda. And one of those ones is the report of the councillors that serve in Eden and your Salga reports. So I want us to agree that that is the standard item that we need in the agenda. And the mayor is now adding that one of the engagement between the mayors of the district and the local and the municipalities. That's another report also. Councillor Wolmerans, I see your hand is up. I hope you're not going to respond to what we are talking about.
My apologies, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I think we're fine with that, Speaker, but just a request, if we can maybe, because at times we don't receive the deadlines for us for items to be submitted. If we can maybe just get those deadlines, when do we need to stand? We will submit. And also, I think the format is the same as yours as the mayor and the speaker, if I'm correct. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zuka. Now you can just highlight the important things that were in council and some of the things that actually affect us as Knysna municipality.
Okay, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor. I want to conclude to go to the break. So hand up.
No, Speaker, sorry, man, it's an old end, man. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we now are going for a break. And I think we can be back at past, if that's correct. It's in order with everyone.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
12:30 or 11:30?
11, Meyer. Jy kan mos nie so lank gaan breek nie.
Ek het ander meetings ook.
Ciao and goes.
Awu, mntanomhle ndiyakubona ukhona.
Mdangi kuyabanda qha.
Ewe mana isithanga namhlanje. Yabona uba sihleli sifudumele.
Hayi. Uba siphunge mdangi, siphunge isophu neekofu.
Ewe man, sisamamela umntaka Kwinana.
Utshawela amatshawe. Wena uyinkosi.
Awu mntanomhle.
Sonke sabathembu.
Awu mntanomhle, hayi kanti ke namke ndiyophunga nkosi yam.
Samamele mdange xa bexhwithana.
I just hope that you guys remember you are still in a meeting and that the information that you just spoke about is all over Facebook and listened by the public all over the world.
Gaan die meeting nog voort of wat praat die mense nou so hê?
Now, inform the council that is having this nice conversation that they should remember that this link is still open to public out there and to the broader country and world being live streamed.
Wow. Nee, dan moet hulle maar hulle self op mute.
do a roll call and we can see if everyone is back. Councillor Kraut? Councillor Davis?
I'm back, Madam Speaker. I'm back.
Councillor Quinana, I've heard you are back. Councillor Matika?
I'm back.
Councillor Matuana? Councillor Naki?
I'm back, Speaker.
Councillor Nezu? Councillor Opperman?
I'm here, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Lasse? Salas? Councillor Skosana? Councillor Skosana? Councillor Strubel? Councillor Tsengwa?
Speaker, I'm present. I'm present.
Councillor Chokolo?
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Van Aswegen? Meneer?
Voorzitter teenwoordig. Baie dankie.
Councillor Wasserman?
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Weideman?
I'm here, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wolmerans?
Teenwoordig.
Then I'll have to go back. Councillor Strubel?
Sorry, Speaker, I'm present.
Okay. Councillor Skosana? Councillor Selassie? Councillor Matiwane? Councillor Kraut?
I'm back, Speaker.
Councillor Matiwane, can we check where you are? Councillor Kraus, can you check where Councillor Matiwane is? And Councillor Selassie? Can someone check in the administration where these two councillors are? Councillors? Kirsty?
Speaker, they are currently logging in.
Councillors, we are on the supplementary agenda. And then we on 13, point number 13. New matter submitted by the acting municipal manager. Then we on 13.1. The audit committee extension of terms of office for Mr. Hennessy and Mr. Roux. And the recommendation is on page 5. Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation. Thanks.
Agreed.
Councillors? We agree that we are going with the recommendation.
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you. The next item is 13.2.
Speaker. On that one, Speaker,
I don't see your hand.
Sorry, Speaker. There's my hand now, Speaker.
Councillor,
Speaker, I would
Kraus,
just
are
like,
you or Councillor Tsengwa's laptop?
yeah, Speaker, my laptop is a little bit bugged at the moment.
Okay.
It's what?
Speak a little bit in mekaar. Speaker, on that one, I would just like to say, Speaker, that we actually start advertising. We go with the recommendation, but if we can just put the recommendation there that we also start advertising, because we know that those members will have to take a cool-off period. So by the time they finish their period now, then the advertisement has been done. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. So we agree that there will be a recommendation A and a recommendation B that we advertise. Do we agree, Councillors? Councillors, do we agree about the recommendation added by Councillor Kraus? And?
Yes, we agree.
Speaker,
Councillor
I'm not sure if maybe the MM can guide us on this one. Do we have to put that in the, isn't there a process already that's unfolding? Do we have to have the recommendation? Is there a need for that? Just some guidance from the MM?
Okay. Councillor, acting MM?
Speaker, no, we have to fill the position and so we have to do it in any case, but there'll be no harm if council makes it part of its resolution. It cannot change anything.
Thanks, Speaker. We can go with it.
Thank you, councillors.
Speaker, I want to announce I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Matiwana. I'm still waiting for Councillor Skosana and Councillor Salase. 13.2, councillors.
Then corner speak.
Thank you.
You can go on.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. 13.2, councillors, the backdate of service charges according to section 13.2 of the tariff policy, and it's on page 24. Do we go with the recommendation?
Yes,
may I see your hands up?
Speaker, no, thank you very much. Yesterday, you apologized to me when I raised this issue. I now need to apologize to you because you were correct. Speaker, when you look at this item, it is quite clear, Chair, that something went wrong in our billing system and our account system. That actually put these members of the public in a very difficult position. As I previously said in more than one meetings, it is still my responsibility as a ratepayer or as a client of the municipality to make sure that my accounts is correct. But in this case, we also need to take our responsibility to make sure that we provide our public out there with the correct accounts. So this does not happen. Because a lot of these people, because of COVID-19, might not be able to pay now this amount, which is now probably a loss, it could become a loss to this council on revenue. And I'm very concerned that we just brush this as an issue that we need to deal through our tariff policy. At some stage, we need to get our staff to understand that they should start taking responsibility for their actions. Because this is clearly a problem that we created ourselves. So I'm not quite sure, whether in your processes that you embark on, there's some noise somewhere there. Music somewhere there, speaker. So even coming back to you, I'm not quite sure whether you in your normal processes will deal with these things as part of your consequence management activities. But I'm very concerned to the fact that we lost money because of our own fault in the way that we submit accounts to the public out there. And we now want to readdress or rectify the problem by amending our tariff. For me, that is very important that we understand that. So, I would like you to deal with this thing through that administrative process also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you want to respond to the Mayor? Councillor Opperman, as your hand is up.
Speaker, thanks, Mayor, for raising this very, very big problem in finance.
Councillor Opperman.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mayor, for raising this problem when it comes to the finances in the municipality. It's a very big problem when it comes to our accounts in the community. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Opperman. do you like to respond to the Mayor?
Speaker, no, it's correct. We've clearly identified some problems with our billing system. There are a few issues that we need to address. There's this matter of accounts not being properly assessed. And then we also have an issue of, the same property having multiple accounts and so on. We have started with the process and we'll continue with that process to get our billing system correct, because our revenue is dependent on us billing our customers correctly. So it's imperative that we get that right. So the Mayor is correct. We are busy and we will hopefully get this thing sorted within the next while, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. Dr. Skeepers, I think the Mayor's question was, which is mine as well, are there consequences for the staff who created this problem, if it was them, or was it purely something out of their control? And if it was the result of a staff member or staff members, then what are the consequences that will follow? Because the consequences for the community and for residents are huge, as there are when rates have emissions that mean that people have to back pay for years. So what are the consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. May I see your hand is up? Maya?
My apologie. It's a baie ouer Speaker.
Speaker, now, if there are officials that have not performed their duties according to what is expected of them, we will have to deal with them in terms of the disciplinary processes. But I've got a feeling, and this is only my perception at this point. I haven't done a thorough study on it, but I think the issue is systemic. There's a problem with our systems. And we need to get the systemic issues sorted. But if we find that some of our staff has been negligent or have not performed their duties according to the proper standards of care, we'll have to deal with them in terms of the relevant disciplinary procedures that we need to put into place, Speaker.
I'm not sure if I'm the only one. I hear you, but it's like you are talking very far. If you can just maybe
Do you want me to
closer to
repeat
your
that, Speaker?
laptop. Yeah, that sounds much better. No. I did hear you, but you, sorry, you sounded a little bit far. Maya, do you want to say something before we conclude on this one?
Yes, Speaker. If the MM is talking about our systems being provided by a service provider, then we need to deal with the service provider because we pay them to provide us these systems. They are now putting us in a very difficult position to go back to our community and public out there, listening, and I'm just now assuming that in your response that it could be system related, that we have to go now back to our community. They stated that there were problems with our systems and that's why you got the wrong billing, and we now expect you to pay up your arrears. If the system provider or the service provider is responsible for that, I also want you therefore to look into that. So we can tell them, listen, you didn't adhere to your side of the bargain to come forward and provide us with the correct system. So I wanted to investigate that also, whether the service provider could be held accountable also for the mess that we were in or are in. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. Is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker. I just wanted to respond to what the Mayor said. And when I say it's a system problem, then I don't necessarily mean that it's you know the system that we're using, even though there might be issues there as well. But it's the totality of our whole billing system that we need to look at. Our processes, our policies, our interaction with our line departments that need to feed information to us, and also then the financial system that we're using. So we'll do an investigation in all of that, and if we need to provide council with information on the financial system that we use, then we'll do that. And even if we need to, I know that there was a process that was abandoned at some point to go out on a tender for a new ERP system. But if we need to, revisit that process, we'll also do that. But we need to get this right, because this is where our financial problem starts. If we can't bill our customers correctly, we cannot expect to get the right revenue in. So we need to get this thing sorted as soon as possible, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya, I hope that's all then.
Speaker, it's not an old, and therefore, Speaker, I would just want to find out whether in our recommendation that action should also be part of the recommendation, the investigation part into our systems and everything, because if we don't have a recommendation in that regard, it's just, again, we've discussed it here, nothing might happen. And I'm not just saying, you're not going to do anything, but if it's part of a resolutions or a recommendation, it would then assist us to check whether something has been done about it, because it's part of a resolution of council.
Thank you, Maya. So you want it to be a resolution D?
Speaker, yes, I want that to be part of the resolution.
Can just repeat that one for the administration?
Perhaps you want to give Councillor Weideman an opportunity and allow me to draft something, Speaker?
Okay. Councillor Wade.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I know that our system has really never been up to date, or it's always let us down. But for this specific problem about the backdating, how come the system is now only packed up for that specific problem? But I hope that it can be rectified. What I want to know from you or from the MM is, if this recommendation is approved over 6 months, from what date exactly will that be? Because they received the bill a month and a half ago, you can't take it from that time. Would it be from the 1st of October or from the 1st of November? Thank you. And maybe if we could specify the date when they can start paying off over a period of 6 months.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Have you got that added recommendation, Carl?
Speaker, can I submit something to you? That we add a recommendation that says that the administration investigates the reasons for the wrong billing of customers and provide a report to council in this regard. Provide a report with recommendations on how to fix this to council as soon as it is available.
Thank you, Is that one in order, Maya?
Speaker, yes, I'm not a linguist. Probably the who is together with his staff will just modify the language on that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we go with recommendation A, B, C, and amended D on this item. Councillor Weideman?
I'm sorry, about the date, as from when will the people be able to pay back over 6 months? If that could perhaps be included, we can't say from last month, but we need to have a date as from when the people can start paying back over a period of 6 months.
I thought that was going to be the agreement between the resident and the municipality, but the can assist us. Acting
Speaker, yes, we can only do this prospectively. In other words, we should allow customers 6 months from now that the council made the resolution, and we inform them of that. So they now get 6 months going forward to pay that off. And then we this also deals with if we identify other accounts in future, then we'll implement it within this. But for the ones that have been identified before, we'll now give them 6 months from now on going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman, are you covered?
Yeah, I'm just worried. Are they expecting each resident to make arrangements with the municipality, or can we take it for granted that everybody that was billed incorrectly have the opportunity to pay back from the 1st of October? Because there's over 300 members in my community alone, and each of them you're going to be snowed under for every application. So could it not just be a standard fact that everybody that was billed incorrectly have the opportunity to pay back over 6 months from the 1st of October?
Speaker, yes, that is correct. And what I'll ask the finance department to do is to include a letter to those people individually to say that they have the opportunity to pay it off over 6 months, and we'll set up the accounts in that way.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, We go with the recommendation A, B, C, and D as added. Then we go to 13.3, councillors, the resignation of Councillor Ian Ace of the ACDP and appointment of a new chairperson of MPEC. And the recommendation is on page 28. And there's an A and there's a B. Councillor Tokolo, I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker, on this one. Speaker, I think the ANC and the mayor must take this opportunity and take full responsibility of having MPEC dysfunctional for the last quarter by appointing Councillor Ian Ace, whereas they removed councillor that we said is experienced. She was doing the work and she was trying to take the committee to another level. So I think the ANC and the mayor must take full responsibility for the dysfunctionality of that committee because they did that appointment.
Speaker.
Now, Speaker, going to the recommendation, Speaker.
Out of order.
If I can just go to the recommendation, Speaker. That A stays as it is, and then B, that Councillor Michelle Wasserman be appointed as chairperson of the MPEC. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. May I see your hand
I'd
is
like
up?
to second that, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Thank you.
May I see your hand is up?
Speaker, thank you very much. You know, Speaker, sometimes Councillor Tikolo comes up with very good ideas and suggestions and sometimes good recommendation proposals. But it's also always been blinded by stupid comments he's making. So if he expects Council to take him serious, and I do take him sometimes serious, he should consider refrain from making these type of stupid comments. That's all I want to say.
Councillor Matika.
Nami ngifuna ukutsho man uCouncillor Jokola mangasiqali. And at the same time, I just wanted to say that we must not refer Councillor Ace as someone like he doesn't have any experience or someone that doesn't have it. The impact was dysfunctional. So please, Councillor Jokola, you must refrain. You must refrain from doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Chokolo, we are going to the recommendation. It was seconded by Councillor Weideman. Councillor, do we all agree?
Yes. Speaker, can I just to add, Speaker?
You're not going to answer anyone.
Yes,
I'm on the recommendation.
Speaker, no,
I'm on the recommendation. I'm not going to allow any debate on this. Thank you, Councillor Chokolo.
I'm not debating. Speaker, I'm not debating. I want to add on my recommendation.
We all agree on recommendation A and B. Speaker, can we move?
Speaker, you see now. Speaker, now you siphoning the debate now, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Matika, are you on? Yes.
Speaker, in fact, I was going to agree with
Matika on the floor.
But in fact, Councillor Chokolo, we are delela ANC. So in that fact, I'm abstaining, Gulendo. In that fact, please, the abstain. Thank
Speaker,
you.
I'm saying this was dysfunctional because at least 3 meetings was postponed.
Councillor Chokolo, Councillor Matika, is this your meeting?
I've got reasons for
Councillor
that.
Chokolo, I'm going to mute you. Is this your meeting?
No, Speaker, I'm just saying it was dysfunctional because 3 meetings were postponed.
I have ruled that I'm going with recommendation A and B. It was seconded by Councillor Wasserman, and I think there was an agreement.
Agree, Speaker. Let's move.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, agree. Must take responsibility, Matik.
Speaker. Just a correction. That was seconded by Councillor
Weideman.
Speaker.
13, Councillor.
Yes, correct.
Now
we will go to.
We go to 13.4.
Speaker, I think you must allow the imam. The imam was saying something.
I am allowing him. No speaking.
Speaker, now I said just a correction. The seconder was Councillor Weideman, not Councillor Wasserman.
No. I said Councillor Weideman.
No, you said Councillor Wasserman, but I know it was a.
Oh, my apologies, Imam.
Speaker, did you also note Matika abstained? It's not anonymous. Matika abstained from this.
We didn't vote here. We didn't vote.
Yeah, but it's agreeing. So it's saying that I'm abstaining.
Can you just make a note that Councillor?
I don't want it to reflect that anonymous agreed. Don't want it to reflect that it anonymous agreed. Matika abstained from this. It's not
Speaker,
Speaker.
Thank you. Administration, have you got that?
Speaker, my deputy
Yes,
hand is
Councillor.
up.
Your hand up, Councillor. Yes,
Yeah,
Aubrey.
no, Speaker, the ANC is following what Councillor Matika is saying. We're not agreeing on anything, we're just abstaining on this.
Thank you, councillors. It was seconded by Councillor Weideman. I don't think that we need to vote on it. Can we go to?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
What's happening now here? Thank you. And then we go to 13.4, report on council on the disposal of ERF 13-1339 and ERF 1316 and New Street. And that is on page 32. Are we all there, councillors? Maya, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thanks. I've got a lot of questions on this, but we
And I
first
see
get some
Councillor
other...
Wasserman. Let me just, Maya, my apologies. Let me just
Yes,
do this
go ahead.
now. I see your hand. I see Councillor Wasserman. I see Councillor Matika, and I see Councillor Kraut's hand.
Speaker, just to concerns, not the concerns, clarity. When you look at the background, there's references of a 10 million and a valuation of 12 million. When you look on page 33, there is, in terms of valuation row, of 1339 is valued at 10,000 rand, and 13169 is valued at 50,000 rand. Now, if that figure is correct, Speaker, a simple question would therefore be, what is the impact on our asset register when these things has been on a valuation roll for these values of 10,000, 50,000 rand, and there's mentioned about a value of 10 and 12 million? That's just a stupid question. The impact it had on our asset register.
Speaker, do you want me to answer now, or do you want to take a few more?
Yes, Maya, Councillor Wasserman. Okay, you want all your questions?
No, it's good. It's fine, Chair. I want to
Yeah, you
ask
can
a
do
question
all
after I
of
get
them
the
and then-
response to this.
Yes, yes, Maya.
Speaker,
No, sorry,
is it
Speaker. I want to...
Yes.
Sorry, Michelle. Sorry, Kazabasana. No, Speaker, I want to raise my questions after I have a response to that question of mine, because the response to that question would have then determined my other questions.
Okay. Again, Councillor Wasserman, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start off by saying that I'm very excited about and welcome this proposal. Anything that will stimulate Knysna's economy is very welcome. I do, however, have some questions. I am a bit concerned, more than a bit concerned, that we don't have any comments from the Director of Planning with regards to the planning aspects and the environmental aspects of this proposal. I would also like to ask, Speaker, on page 33, there's where it talks about the request for proposals and that the proposals would have the following conditions. It talks about that the development be such that it enhances the appearance and the utilization of the prime area of the town, that it should be within the scope of the SDF, but it doesn't specifically say that we're looking for something that is a tertiary institution and also a venue for trade shows and conferences. And I think we should be more specific about that. And because I think that those two things would be a great asset to the town. Speaker, and then I would hope that the request for proposals would also give much more specific detail of what it is that we want. And then in terms of our oversight role, what happens if there is a proposal that is made that is an eyesore or is, it's just something that council would never dream of supporting, or that the residents of the town would really not want? When will council have an oversight opportunity to have a look and to make a final decision about what will happen on that site? I also have a question about whether we have buy-in from the taxi industry, that their proposed relocation is supported by them, and then also just an explanation further on the supply chain process that would be followed. I know it's a lot of questions, Speaker, but I think this is a very important process that is going to be followed here, and we need to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Machika.
Speaker. Speaker,
Councillor Machika.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was also a little bit of confused when I was reading the background. It was talking about 10 million. Then when I was looking at the current value of the property, when it was talking about 10,000 in town, in CBD, and then next to the it's a prime property land, or it's a prime property land. If I'm not mistaken, when I check in this GIS, is it that place where next to the is an island land? But I'm saying that, Speaker, I would like to request that this item go back to the relevant Section 8 committee. I know part of the background, it says that it did in 2016, but at the time it was not entertained. But I do want to say that looking at that, all the senior management, there's not a single one that has done any comment on it. So on that basis, I would say that I don't know if it was a rush, so that's why they didn't have a time to comment. So I will ask, Speaker, that we refer this back to the relevant Section 80. We will welcome any development in Knysna because that development will create jobs. But at the same time, we must go to a site visit as the relevant departments, and also as a Section 80, that issue to be discussed there. Because by this time, those Section 80s committees have changed. Maybe at the time, their presentation, the reason it was not entertaining. So maybe it could change now. So I'm saying that, Speaker, let's take it back to the relevant Section 80, and in that Section 80 also a site visit be arranged so that we can clearly see where is this property and how big is it, because it's not stipulated here how big is this property. But one thing I know, it can never be any earth property valued 10,000 in CBD. It can never be. And then you go to your white location where there is no proper infrastructure, where there's no proper roads, and then a small portion of land is valued at 30,000 rand. It can never be. So I'm saying, Speaker, as the reason I said last time that I'm having a problem with our valuers, if it's our valuers who have valued on the current value, these properties. So let's take it back to the Section 80, then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Machika. I see Councillor Weideman, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I would second Councillor Machika's proposal that this goes back to the Section 80, where this item can be discussed in full depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Maya, your hand is still up. And Councillor Kraus?
Yeah, Speaker, you skipped me, but I think Councillor Machika has covered me fully, that it must go back to Section 80 where we can scrutinize this report and make informed decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Maya, your hand is still up. Mayor?
Speaker, yes, I'm still waiting on the response of the MM. When I'm talking about asset register, I'm talking about our non-current assets and the valuation thereof. I just want to get to that.
MM?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the probability is very high that these assets are undervalued on the general valuation roll. And I have a suspicion, I've raised this with the mayor before. I think that this is not the only property that is undervalued on our general valuation roll. This is now very glaring. And if this is an undervaluation on the valuation roll, it means that our asset register is understated. Because it's our own property, it doesn't have a big impact, but it might be indicative of how precise our general valuation role is, and we might want to have a deeper look at it. But the answer to the mayor's question is the impact on the asset register. If this is undervalued, then it's probably then it definitely is an understatement of our asset register. I also want to just say that the valuation or the value of the property for its current usage will differ from what it will be valued as development property. So there will be a difference, but I think the difference is just too big in this respect. The idea was, Speaker, to get the process underway, to get council to start considering whether it wants to go into this process. I think what has happened in the past is that there's been talk about this, but it hasn't really gone anywhere. I'm quite happy that the matter be referred to the Section 80 committee for a thorough discussion on what should happen, and it be brought back to the council meeting as long as we start the process of that. Just to come to some of the comments that Councillor Wasserman made, I don't think that we must be too specific in terms of what it is that we're proposing. I think we must leave that open to the market. Ultimately, council must decide whether it is, whether it wants what is proposed there. We can put a process in, and the reason why we said let's follow this two-step process of firstly getting a request for proposals there, so that we can see whether the proposals meet council standards. We can bring that report to council for council to make a decision. This is not a procurement process. So there's nothing wrong with council deciding whether the proposals that are coming in terms of this request for proposals, whether council is in agreement with them or not. So we can put in the process that it be brought to council for council's approval at every step of the way here. The taxi question, the taxi industry is currently using that area as a holding bay. We will definitely, I think we've said it in the report also, that whoever is successful will need to provide a solution for the taxi industry, and it has to be in consultation with them as well. I think that is correct. But yes, we can bring it to the Section 80 committee, and we can make sure that we allow opportunity for further input into this process. I just thought it's important that we get the process started, that we get it underway, so that we can get back to the people that made the proposal to say to them that what the process will be going forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. So we all agree. Maya, are you covered?
Speaker, yes, I just want to make a last comment on this, because I need to make a comment on this on my question, which was answered by the MM. Speaker, when we look at the municipality, look at its financial position, these information are imperative towards that. I just did some calculations quickly here. Just on property, plant and equipment, when it comes to non-current assets, that basically increased with 2 properties with over 11 point something million rand on our non-current assets. 2 properties, it's massive, and it do have an impact on our financial position as the municipality, which is important for us for different of reasons. So there's something needs to be done clearly about this, because our whole position, our financial position, depends on the correct information that the municipality have, especially when it comes to its assets and non-current assets. Chair, coming back to the item specifically, it's important that we understand that should be a holistic approach. The issue of the taxi, the issue of the transfer station, the whole issue about what we want to perceive is going to be alongside the lagoon, because this is access to the lagoon, and we need to make sure that whatever we decide there should be in the interest of all the people of Knysna and not for a few people. So we need to have a very holistic approach to this. And Councillor Wasserman, you're quite right. I actually share your excitement when it comes to development in Knysna. What we need in this town now at this moment, it's a in-your-face wow development. And that is for me an area which I believe that we should look at it seriously. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. So we agree that we are going to have this in the next Section 80 committee, the relevant Section 80 committee.
Yes.
I just need to find out, do we have to put it on this recommendation that we have a site visit, or is it just going to be the committee of what is this now? Is it now the governance committee? Or can we have a map of the size of the property? Councillor Chokolo, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. No, I was going to say, Speaker, normally in our committee, before we deal with these items, we do a site visit. So I was thinking we're going to take that process. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. MM?
Speaker, this will be handled by the property section, so it should go to the Corporate and Finance Services Committee. You can make a decision now to say that the committee must do a site inspection, or we can leave that up to the chairperson of the committee to make the decision. Either way, is acceptable. If council wants to make the decision now to instruct the committee to have a site inspection, we can surely make that resolution, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Raise your hand up.
Speaker is off. He's off. Hey, mine is off. Yes.
Okay. So then we agree on the item that it must come to the next Section 80 committee, and the site visit will then also be arranged prior to the Section 80.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Then the next item, 13.5, the Municipal Planning Tribunal member appointment. The recommendation is on page 38. Do we go with that recommendation, Councillor Kraut? And then Councillor Wolmerans.
No, we go with that recommendation, Speaker. I wanted to speak on the previous item, but you didn't note me. But we can go with this recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Do you still want to say something on the item?
No, Speaker, we can move.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Skosana here.
Councillor Wolmerans and then Councillor Skosana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, no, I'm not against the recommendation. I just want to know on page 38, it's stated there under addendum that this Ms. Melanie Koen's CV will be circulated separately, but I haven't received any CV, so I don't know about any other council member.
Councillor Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to raise that as a chairperson of the portfolio that is an omission. I think the director will do that now for all councillors through the office of Jill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana.
Okay, thank you. No, I think I must really commend the department under the leadership of Councillor Skosana for bringing this item to council. It was a long journey, lots of fights, but I think the end result is even much better. And I also noticed within the report there will be no financial implication on our side, so that they actually went beyond what we were asking them to do. So I really welcome this appointment of Ms. Koen, and I think we can all councillors agree that I think we're on the right path now. Director Planning, I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, I must apologize for the late submission of Ms. Koen's CV. She was out on field work for the past few days and was only able to submit her CV quite late yesterday afternoon. So I've only been able to circulate it to the committee section last night. So they should be able to give to the councillors, but if I can just summarize so that the councillors can be aware, the documentation that will be circulated will indicate that Ms. Koen holds a master's degree in environmental management and a Bachelor of Science degree in forestry, and she has been working since about 2002 for what is now DAF, what used to be DWAF, in Knysna. That is the department responsible for agricultural affairs and forestry. And she's been working as a forestry scientist for them in Knysna and in this region. So her knowledge isn't only pertaining to our town, but also the regional implications for the neighboring municipality and the implications for the district as well. So that is the information that just outstanding on her CV, but which councillors, I think Jill has just sent an email around to everybody. I see it come through while I'm speaking, but just so that the councillors are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Skosana.
Enkosi Speaker, ngosibulela silicandelo, siyabulela kakhulu nakuni ngentsebenziswano. Noko utshintsho malube khona xa kuphethe thina babone uluzuku uba kuphethe abanye abantu. Enkosi, le collision ayiphazamanga.
Wali?
Can I interpret quickly, Speaker? The Councillor Skosana was just thanking you for allowing him and giving him an opportunity, and also applaud that the change that is taking place during their leadership, so that other councillors can see that they are working very hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Wali. Maya, I see your hand is up.
No, Speaker, so confused. I am down a long time. I am just opening my see.
Yeah, I've got a white hand now. It's not colorful anymore. Councillor, then we then go to the supplementary agenda part 2. Then we've got a 13.6 there. Councillor Crouch, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, sorry, can we just have a 10-minute caucus, please?
10. Let me just look at the time. Can we be back then by, is it now 20:25 to or 22? Well, then 10 minutes.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors? Councillors?
Speaker.
Anyone home? Yeah.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, we are.
Bye.
Councillors, we on the part 2 supplementary agenda, and that is a matter of 13.6. Councillor Crouch, I don't know where she is, but it doesn't look that they are in this meeting. Can I make a proposal, councillors? That we can we maybe break then for lunch and come back? Councillor. Councillors are making a proposal to you.
Speaker, I see Aubrey is on.
No, that hand has been there forever.
Oh. Okay.
I just need some time. It's now almost 1:15. Can we come back at past?
Speaker?
Because then it's just that one item and then it's in committee items. Yes, Councillor Wolmerans?
Speaker, can't we come back at 1:15? And not
Speaker.
1:30.
Okay.
Not even 1 o'clock, man. Can we, so that we finish quickly?
Councillor Zuko? Councillor Zuko? You are
Yes,
very purpose because you are even in your house. I'm not in my house. Some of us are not even at home. Ik heb maar lekker tot die kombuis zo klim.
Can we have
No,
Yes, Councillor Wasserman? Wolmerans. At 1:15.
Please, Speaker.
Agreed. Councillor Claudine, your hand up.
Okay, Speaker.
No hands up, Speaker. Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
1:15. See you then.
Speaker. My apologies, Speaker.
Councillor Wolmerans?
Can we just, for the purpose of the public, just inform them that we are going on a break now, because I've received calls from people that are asking, is the meeting finished or what? Because we don't hear anything, nothing is happening. So can we just, you as the speaker, just inform them that we are going to break now and we'll be back at 1:15, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Or were you listening? Oh.
Yeah, they went for focus meeting. They were supposed to be there 22 minutes to 1. And then I think they felt tonight.
I also.
Councillors, are we all back?
I can see your speaker. Can word down.
Yes, speaker.
Yeah, just be let me just be maybe on the safe side. I will do a roll call. So you can just make sure everyone is on again. Councillor Kraut.
I'm here, speaker.
Kan net hulle honde stil maak asseblief? Councillor Kraut.
I'm here, speaker.
Can
you hear me,
lower
speaker?
the hand on? I can hear you. Can you just lower that hand on that laptop? You know,
Okay,
another
speaker,
laptop.
I'm doing it right now. Okay. Is it lowered, speaker?
Councillor Kraut. Okay, thank you.
Speaker.
That's lowered. Councillor Davies. Councillor Quinana.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matika. Councillor Machuana. Councillor Naki. Thank you, Councillor
I'm available,
Machuana. Councillor Naki. Yes, thank you. Councillor Naki.
Speaker is also available. Present, not available.
Councillor Matika, can you put just the volume on?
Councillor is present.
Oh, you are very fast. Councillor Naki. Councillor Opperman. I've already got Councillor Nezu. Councillor Opperman.
Back, speaker. Hello.
Okay. Councillor
I'm back,
Selase.
speaker.
Yes, Councillor Opperman, thank you. Councillor Selase. Dange. Okay. Councillor Skosana.
Speaker, I'm here. I'm charging my phone. I'm available.
Thank you. Yes,
I'm full
Councillor
support.
Strubel.
I'm behind you. I'm behind you.
Councillor Strubel.
Councillor Strubel has asked.
Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Tsengwa. Councillor Tsengwa. Councillor Tokolo. Councillor Tokolo. Are you making soup? Councillor van Aswegen. Meyer.
Voorzitter, teenwoordig, beskikbaar, gewillig.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Ek is beskikbaar, speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wolmerans.
Een woord af.
I'm still looking for Councillor Naki and Councillor Selase. Can the administration just check on those two councillors for me? Councillors, when we break, we were on 13.6. Councillor Kraus, you have asked for a caucus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think when I asked for the caucus, we have not had any interaction on this item yet. However, from the caucus, we were just saying that we must have a holistic approach when discussing this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Then on 13.6 councillors, we've got Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just wanted clarity from Councillor Kraus on what she meant by a holistic approach. Is she talking about item C6? And if so, what does she mean? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Kraus.
Speaker, when I read this item, I read the item development of the Hornley Flats DNG service site temporary relocation area. So when I mean, what I mean, Councillor Wasserman, by holistically, I mean that we have other areas that are sitting with the same issue. So when we debate, we must make it as holistic and not just on the Hornley issue. Does that answer your question, Councillor Wasserman?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I see Acting MM's hand is up, but before you, and I see Councillor Womera's hand is up. I just wanted to announce that when 2 o'clock we're going to be Councillor Strubel is going to leave us. So when it's 2, Councillor Strubel, you are welcome. Then if it's not done, then you can be excused from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Womeras, maybe I must give you before the MM.
No, Speaker, let the MM first go, and maybe he will cover a lot of my questions. So let him go.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Womeras. MM.
Speaker, it's Davie Adonis. I'm sitting in the MM's office. I don't know if the council would like me to take you through the item. So, and there is also a few other recommendations that or you must guide me if the council first want to debate the item before we go there. But I'm willing to take you through the item.
I think you can go, Mr. Adonis. Maybe it will shed light on the item itself, and maybe we then can decide. Do you want to go with the recommendation as it is here, or do you want to amend it, or we want to change it in any way? I think you can go. With the permission of the MM.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to give you a background, that the administration is currently busy with, amongst others, development of the human settlements and building of houses across Knysna, right through Knysna. We have some plans, but for the last month or two, there was a big issue when we started to deal with the delivery of houses in Hornley, that people indicated that the demand for houses on the waiting list exceeds the supply of houses. Now, during the past 2 weeks, there was let me say, in the lack of a better word, there was a move from people to illegally invade council's land. And on the basis of that, myself and the MM and the officials had interactions, and to an extent that 2 weeks ago on a Sunday, there was a huge issue, confrontation between our service provider and the community in Hornley. And emanating from that, we had various meetings with the representatives of the community of Hornley, and we had a meeting last week on Monday, whereby the mayor instructed the administration to submit an item to council. Now, the item deals with, from a perspective of the developments specifically within the Hornley area, and we've highlighted all the development projects that is currently underway, and we also deal with the immediate short-term, medium-term, and long-term housing solution for Hornley. Now, let me just take you to the item in terms of specifically under previous resolutions, and there's some bullet points that I think that bullet points, some of them should be in the recommendation to cover a broader spectrum in relation to the identification of TRAs or land parcels in the Greater Knysna area. So I would like to the councillors to give their input, and then at the end of the day, I think that I will, depending on the debate, I will then add some recommendations to this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwynnes. Do you want to, I see Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. Can I go ahead?
Can I have your hand so that we can deal with all the questions, councillors? Okay, you can go, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, when I heard Councillor Kraut say, I'm sure on behalf of the ANC, that we must deal with other areas and not just with Hornley, the so-called holistic approach. But Speaker, we mustn't shy away from the fact that we need to talk about Hornley, because Hornley has been left behind in terms of housing development over the years, and we need to develop a plan that is specific to them for that reason. So the DA welcomes this report and also the proposal that land be made available. But what we don't want is for people to be thrown into a situation of chaos. So I think it's very important for us to be sure of what the identified land parcel is, how many people will be allocated to that land, whether they will have basic services, water and sanitation specifically. Will there be enough space, for instance, for ambulances and fire vehicles? And what is the plan to take them forward out of that informal settlement situation and into a housing development that is dignified and which provides a sense of community? So I think that this is a good starting point, but I would like to see all of those questions dealt with. Also, I've seen in the item that it also deals with the backyard project that we have had going on now and which is coming to fruition, how these two processes would then fit together. So, Speaker, in summary, we welcome the report, we welcome the proposal, and we hope that it will very quickly go into a phase of becoming more specific and detailed so that we can move forward with it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I also just would like to put my point into the discussion. I think correctly said by Councillor Kraus that we must deal with this item holistically, and I know where she's coming from, and also need to correct you, Councillor Wasserman. If you're talking about neglecting of housing, a project in the Greater Knysna, I think on that list of us must also put a ward 4 to ward 7, because we haven't had any housing project in that ward for the last, I think, 20 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
prior to that is you got your other wards also that you called Ward 1.
Good. Okay.
You've got Ward 5 also be part of this. So that is why we think we should deal with this issue for the greater Knysna. So that when we are faced with problems within this council, it's not that there's fingers pointed. Those ones are getting this, and those ones are not getting it. But we create, we cater for everyone that's fair, that haven't got a house. And I think for a very long time in the Western Cape, that was the approach, because when the minister was, the MEC was, I don't know, was it Matikizela or before him, was talking about a site and service plot. So for some times there was no real focus on building houses, but to give people service site plots. So if we've got the land that we will identify, and we have to identify in the very near future, very quickly, so that we can deal with the issue of informal settlements, backyard dwellers, and all those people that qualify for houses but they haven't got into the system yet. Because there are people that are sitting with approved letters for houses for more than 15 years. And they are still in those shacks, but they've been approved for a house. So I agree with Councillor Kraus. We need maybe once and for all deal with it as a greater Knysna issue, and we are not looking taking the issue of only not being part of that, because only is part of the greater Knysna. So if there is land that we need to identify, it must make possible for everyone in Knysna to be able to do it in all wards. And I think that is the only way that we will then be able to address the issue of land invasion. Thank you so much, councillors. I'm looking for more hands. Any more hands? Acting MM, Councillor Weideman, and then Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would just like to refer back to the Acting Director for Integrated Housing, Davy. If you could perhaps point out to certain of the bullets that he would recommend that goes into this item, into the resolution. It's important that we discuss those bullets, because you have to keep in mind that in Hornley there has been long-awaited waiting lists for people, and that the people who actually have been waiting for houses should be on the list. So we need to look at certain of the bullet sections that go into the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was listening now to what everybody is saying, but this item says development of Hornley. So why is this item then here? Because it's not speaking about any other areas. It's only speaking about Hornley. And I am waiting in anticipation to see what the acting director, Mr. Adonis, is going to propose in the recommendation. Because as Councillor Weideman has said, all these people has been waiting for very, very long. So if the happenings of Sunday a week ago did not happen, then this item would not be on the agenda today. So I would love to hear what the administration is proposing, because Mr. Adonis said there were interaction with him, the mayor, and the acting MM with Hornley community. So I want to know what was discussed in that meetings, and what was the agreement between the administration and the Hornley community, because I think that was how this item came about. That's why this item today is on the agenda. So I will await Mr. Adonis's recommendation. And as Michelle has stated, we as the DA, we are really we welcome this, because really the people have been waiting for very long. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Kraut.
Thank you, Speaker.
And I see the mayor's hand.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I agree that this item came based on what happened in Wonley. However, similar things happened in other wards like Ward 1, where Councillor Lavale is the ward councillor, like Ward 5, where Councillor Strubel is the ward councillor. And currently, I know that in Ward 2, Councillor Weideman, in your ward, they are also doing illegal land invasions. So I would like you to be concerned about your ward as well before you just focus on one. Anyway, Speaker, I would like a 10-minute caucus, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, do you want to speak before the ANC go to the caucus?
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker, yes. Just in answer to Councillor Volmaran's question about what happened between myself, the MM, the deputy mayor was also part because he's the chairperson of Integrated Human Settlements, and Mr. David Winners and other officials. Quite simple. What you see in front of you now is what happened there. That an item will be taken to the council to have a debate and a discussion. So that was the agreement. Quite simple. That we will ask our officials to submit to council an item for a debate. I just think I need to inform the council about that. That was the decision. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. But also, I don't think that the item in front of us, I will say, I did say in the beginning, maybe the explanation of Mr. Adwinis will allow us to add maybe to the recommendations that's in front of us. Well, I don't think anyone is disputing the item that's in front of us. But I will give the ANC 10 minutes caucus. And we can all be back at now 22:02. Can we be back at 2:45? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Kraut. I see a lot of hands, but I see the mayor. I see your hand is up.
No, thank you, Speaker. The ANC is back.
Sorry, Speaker.
Mayor, Speaker, the mayor will report back on this one. Thank you, Speaker.
Mayor?
Just close my door. Speaker, my apologies. I was just closing my door. Speaker, let me start.
Yes, Mayor.
With, can you hear me? Speaker, let me start with a question asked to us by Councillor Wolmerans. Councillor Wolmerans asked, what did we discuss and agreed with the people of, or the representatives of the Horn area? The agreement was quite simple, Councillor Wolmerans, and I want to repeat it again because we need to put these things in perspective. The agreement was that there's going to be a council meeting on Thursday, and I will ask the speaker to submit an item, or I will ask the speaker that the administration submit an item on that agenda dealing with the issues of the concern of the community. That's what it is. Now that concern, Speaker, is not an isolated concern here. We thank the community of Horny for being activists in this regard, but it's not an isolated activity. I can read to you, for example, the WhatsApp that I've received from Councillor Weideman. I can read it to you. She knows she sent me one and I will not read it. But it came from a honor concern what's happening in her ward. And not only what's happening in her ward, what's happening in the ward of Councillor Davies. This WhatsApp right here, she sent it to me this week as the mayor of the town. So, Speaker, when we talk about this issue, we should not be reactive. We've got a problem in Hornley. We deal with it in this manner, but we've got the same problem in the other areas, and we first wait for them to close the N2, then we're going to deal with that item there. It can't work like that. If we claim to be a responsible government, we need to look at it holistically and understand the frustration, the concern of our communities out there. And it's for that reason, Speaker, that when Councillor Kraut referred to it holistically, that is precisely what we should do. The whole community was quite clear. The issues about land. We all know, Speaker, that the way that houses being built, not only in Knysna, but all over the country, in the Western Cape also, we will never, ever be able to address the issue of housing in the way that we currently continue. So we need to find a solution that is not only applicable to the people of Hornley. Again, I thank them for putting that again in our face and said you need to deal with it. But we need to deal with it to address also the same concerns of the other areas. And the way the current item has been written, that to me does not address that in specific, because it touches on the backyard dwellers per se in Hornley. Now that's fine, and that backyard dwellers, Speaker, you will know, and all councillors sitting in this meeting will know, that item was more than once on the agenda of the council. But that item, as it stands there, Chair, do not address the concern of what we had in the whole of Knysna. So therefore, Chair, I would believe that if land availability is the problem. This council should be proactive, innovative, and always one step ahead. It is quite clear the way that the Western Government Housing Department, Integrated Human Settlements, is heading towards. And that is the availability of service stands. Give people service stands. They can start building their own houses on those service stands and then continue from there. But to start a project, we're only able to build 155 BNG houses. It's creating problems. And even the own Western Cape Housing Department admit that. So what I would suggest, Chair, as the mayor of this town, we should identify land in the bigger Naisna, not only in Honley, but in the bigger Naisna, where people can build temporary structures for themselves. With the support of province, with the support of national government, we service those sites. And for me, Chair, then we will address those real concerns of the people of this town. Nobody wants to live in the backyard dweller forever. Nobody wants to live in the TRA forever. But are we proactive as a council? Now is the opportunity for us to be proactive, Chair, and to show the rest of the country in the town that the rest of the country in the province that our approach is the best approach for the people of the whole of Naisna. I hope I was quite clear in what I was trying to achieve through this process. Thank you very much.
And Chakolo speak.
Councillor Matika, your hand is up, and Councillor Weideman and Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, two councillors here from DA clearly said that this item only speaks about Honley, and then we must only support it is Honley. We don't have a problem supporting the item, and we are not saying that as ANC we are not going to support this item. We are supporting this item.
Can you just raise your voice?
We are supporting the item fully, but we are saying we are saying that when OPAT started to ban roads and close because they wanted electricity, they came here, and then there was an item that came and speak about let's electrify OPAT, and then we have said that we'll never agree with that. The content, the naming of the content that speaks clearly speaking about OPAT, it's wrong. It must not say OPAT. It must say that the whole Naisna, if there are TRAs, they must also be electrified. It must not say only about OPAT, because we are avoiding the issue. Tomorrow, your Concordia TRAs will also go and close the road. And then we'll have another item that's going to speak about Concordia. Other week, we'll have what 3 closing the road. Then we'll have another item that's speaking about 3. We said that we must make a collective decision that the whole Naisna, if you speak about the whole Naisna, you're starting from Searchfield all the way to Breganil, that's Naisna. If they are backyard dwellers, we must all of them accommodate. We must find a land that we can accommodate the whole Naisna backyard dwellers. Speaker, let me take you through just 1 minute. 3 years back, there was a petition that was submitted here by the backyard dwellers from the northern areas. They submitted a petition and they wanted to build on the plan, that land of Sultan, yes. And then the Red Ants went there and demolished their houses. And then they've stopped building there. Since then, they've been having engagements with municipality. So nothing speaks about them here. So we are saying that the wording that says Honley, it's wrong. It must not say about Honley on as alone. It must say Naisna backyard dwellers, so that it can address the issue Naisna as a whole. You have your Renendal, which houses have not been built in the last 20 years. You have your Honley. You have your Ward 7. You have your Searchfield, which RTP houses not been built in the last 20 years. And they are backyard dwellers there. We are saying that it must address the entire Naisna. It must not only speak about Honley. So we're not saying that we have a problem with Hone. We don't have a problem with Hone, but we don't want the situation next week. The other ones are coming in and say, hey, we were here, let's close the road. We were here 3 years back, we submitted the petition, and then nothing happened because Hone closed the road and quickly we jump. It's not about that, Speaker. It's about the NISA. We must address the backyard dwellers, all of them. All of them we must be addressed. I know the Hone people are listening. We must not come here and play politics and just want to route. No, the DA is supporting, no, the ANC is supporting, no, this one. It's not about politics here. It's not about politics, it's about principle. Because so that tomorrow we're going to explain to each and every community, each and every individual that now we took a decision for the whole NISA. We didn't say that this one. Because if you are saying that we're going to take this resolution here, a decision, next week when what toy or anything, we must come back and put another resolutions. We must come back each and every area. When this we are saying that, Speaker, the resolution, we don't have a problem with that. We are just saying, let's change the issue of only. Let's not say Hone, let's say the NISA. We need to find a land for backyard dwellers for the whole NISA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zuko and Councillor Weideman, you first. Then Councillor Zuko, and then I see, I don't know, I think that is Councillor Crouch, your hand.
Recognize me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I agree 100% that all areas should be considered for housing. It is very important, and everybody is having the same problem as Horney at the moment. The specific item that we have in front of us goes about Horney. We should look at this item in its whole and finish this item, and another item where we bring in all the other problems should then be brought back. But what I want to say is that I have just opened my email and see that there was an amendment to this item. Can someone perhaps go through this amendment? Maybe I can ask David to go through this with us. And it is we've only just received it this very minute. And I would like to know what the changes were in this amendment so that maybe David could go through this with us, please.
Councillor Zuko, and then Councillor Crouch.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I don't think we disagree much in some of the things, but I think we've got an item in front of us. Everyone can read what's on the item. And my concern was just on what the mayor is saying when he was answering Councillor Volmerans. And looking at the title here, previous resolutions, it was a meeting held on the 28th, and the resolutions are being listed there of what happened in that meeting. And the mayor is saying a different thing to say that there will be an item. I just want to have it clear that is the mayor saying now there was never one of those resolutions in the meeting that he held on the 28th. The resolutions that are here, he doesn't know about them. Maybe he's seeing them for the first time. Or what is he saying? Because if reading the report from me, in this meeting, there were resolutions taken. And fortunately, there were no DA councillors there, as now Matika is saying, we're trying to play politics. We were not involved, but there were resolutions taken there. Is the mayor saying the resolutions that are there now, he doesn't know them, they were not taken in that meeting, so that we can move forward there? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko.
Speaker, can I respond to that?
Maybe we are hearing things in different ways, or maybe we are hearing what we actually want to hear, because I didn't think that the mayor went in that direction. But as it may be, Councillor Crouch.
Speaker, you must recognize me as well.
I can't see your hand, Councillor Sana.
Okay, Speaker, I think if I understood the mayor correctly, maybe Councillor Tiokolo's understanding is not as good, is that the resolutions that was taken, Councillor Tiokolo, was that the people of Hone is asking for land. I think I've heard the mayor correctly. That is basically what transpired in that meeting. And I also believe that the issue of land and the current item of the backyard dwellers is not speaking to one another. That is what the mayor was talking about, competent councillor Tiokolo. But Speaker, I will give the mayor opportunity to correct the competent councillor, Lezuko.
Thank you, Councillor Kosana.
It's a
Before I give
question.
to the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to everyone. Speaker, through your indulgence, I think that we as council need also to take 2 steps back. When Joel Ngungana was a director in this Department of Human Settlement, he did some presentation within council regarding long-term and short terms that will face Knysna in terms of development. This was one of the things that he raised, that one day we will be having a time bomb of backyard dwellers in all wards of Knysna if we don't address it immediately. But some felt that he's incompetent, because that's the language of my learner friend Luzuko. Let me move quickly, Speaker, and to say to the council that, you know, we won't go anywhere in terms of if we don't follow our ITPs. It's so fortunate that we have an ITP manager now again. Our constituencies, we need to address them, to tell them we deal with issues which are within our ITPs. If you can go to the ITP of Ward 3, you look at the second page, there's an item called land availability. That's the development objective. And the issue raised is that acquired land, corresponding land from MTO for housing development. Requested area is corresponding. The department that needs to deal with the land is corporate service. Where I'm going with this is that I think our departments need to go bullet by bullet through our ITP requirements. Because this land that was required by the Ward 3 was not only for Ward 3. It's deriving from the issue that Ward 3 can't have a school in Ward 3. And also Ward 3 is sitting with backyard dwellers, if I may put it that way. Now, I'm very surprised from my learned friend, Councillor Vasaman, to push for a certain corner, that we must start for a certain corner to divide it down in this manner. Because the constituents of the DNC in the land in my ward, the most family, they are sitting with issues of backyard dwellers. I think that's where we derive with the issue of saying that let's have a holistic approach. Yes, everything needs to start from a certain corner. Yes, Holly started it. Holly reminded us that we need to address vigorously the issue of land so that everyone can be accommodated. I don't think they thought about themselves, because they got families also in Canankop, in Damsabos, in all these wards. But I'm very disappointed, I must register that. But I think, yes, Council, we need to make this land issue a priority. I think I must take under Council also into confidence. The mayor said last night until late, taking on the issue, how will we get political heads into town so that we can discuss the issue of land, because this needs intergovernmental involvement. Remember, land belongs to Sanral, other lands belong to MTO. It's not ours as a local municipality. We need to be honest with our constituencies. Let us not play elections here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kosana. I see the mayor's hand is up and the MM. Mayor, you want to go before the MM maybe answer?
Speaker, yes. I just want, and Councillor Tiokolo, you should go and read on page 6 the recommendations there. It seems to me that we are very scared, Speaker, to deal with the issue of land. We should not run away. We should be, as a council, be at the forefront to deal with the issues, the concerns raised by members of the public on the land issue. We should not run away from this, because Jy kan die blikkie maar net aanhou verder in die straat afskop. Die blikkie gaan nog steeds in die straat wees. Just don't kick over the tin just down the street. Deal with the tin. Pick it up. So I want to come back to what he stated. When you look at the recommendations that council to your call, forget about A. B. That council utilize the backyard project to resolve the land requirements. You would be agree with me. It's not going to resolve the land requirements. It might address a certain section of land requirements. It's not going to deal with the land requirements. C part, the acting municipal in conjunction with the acting director in credit agreement settlements facilitate fast tracking of the backyard project. That's in my discussions with the representatives of Only. And the MM was there, the directors were there, the deputy mayor were there. It was quite clear what the concerns of that community. And it's not only their concerns, councillor, it's the concerns of all other wards and communities. So what this council should do actually is that, taking consideration all these problems that we face when it comes to housing and land, why don't we as a council therefore identify suitable land, take an in principle decision saying that we will identify and make land available for people, whether they have to build their shacks, knowing that eventually, whenever government is going to provide them a subsidy, they might be able to build a house in future. But get government on board, get all these different spheres of government on board and said, listen here, our municipality is proactive. We took a decision, we will identify land, suitable land is available for housing for people in future. People will then be able to go and build their own structure there. We will, through your support and through our own means, try to provide service to those areas so that people can live a decent life currently. You will all know a lot of our people in the current circumstances doesn't have a decent life. In fact, I believe it's infringement of the human rights, the way that they operate and the way that they live now. So I want to be quite clear, Speaker, that listening to Councillor Teokolo, what this item is talking about, I can assure you, sir, that was not the outcome of a discussion which we had with this community, because we talk about land and how we're going to make land available for people to even build their small little own shacks on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting MM.
Speaker is Darby again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dwinnes, yeah.
Can I speak, Speaker?
No, I see that I'm saying you can go ahead with permission of the MM.
Good, thank you.
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
MM is fine with it. Speaker, I just want to inform Council that the Council adopted a housing strategic plan which are dealing with the issues that Council is currently discussing with regards to identifying land parcels for future human settlements development in all its forms. The Council also adopted a housing policy which also indicated that in that housing policy we must amend our SDF to accommodate the land parcels that we're speaking about in our housing strategic plan. Speaker, I think that this item is a very highly political and contentious item, and I will recommend or advise that Council has two options to deal with this, in terms of either making a recommendation today or also to send it to a special Section 80 committee, so that the Section 80 committee can deal with it in a way and ironing out all the challenges, and then bring it back to Council either through the Maker or special council.
Speaker, Skosana here.
Councillor Susanna, I see Councillor Wasserman hand up before yours, and then you can go. Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I've been trying to open the reports that was sent, the new amended reports, and I haven't been successful. I'm wondering if it couldn't be shared on the screen and that we just have a look at what those recommendations are that are before us from the acting director, and just that we can consider them, please. I don't know if anyone else has had a chance to open and look at the amended item, but I would like to see what it says, especially the recommendations. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillors, thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Susanna.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before we do everything that was asked, I hear the councillor and the director. But I need also to take 2 steps back to remind council that the Untitled Road was closed by people of Saving the Land. The people went to my house. I phoned the mayor and the law enforcement. Those were backyard dwellers who wanted to build their own mushrooms in a certain portion of land. I think that's where we're deriving with this thing of saying that we need a holistic approach here. Because this is an open meeting, people will hear about the outcome, then they will come back to us. Then how should we respond to them? And my response will be very simple, that the TA is saying that you must wait, go to those people, to the Luzukos. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Susanna. Can the Councillor Kraus your hand up? Or it's an old hand?
No, Speaker, it's a new hand. Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Winners, can that be put on the screen for us?
Speaker, I'm just arranging with Joe.
Speaker.
Councillor Kraus.
Okay. Is Councillor Adonis putting the recommendations or the item on the screen?
No, the what that's been sent out.
Okay. Speaker, maybe I should just also put my 2 cents in here, is that as the item is written, development of the Hornleaf list with the 3 recommendations there, we support that. We support that. However, I think this is the concern, that 3 recommendation doesn't just speak to the meetings that was held with committees within ISNA. So, as the recommendation is, unfortunately, meneer Adonis, is 'n bietjie klein, man, kan jy dit 'n bietjie groter maak? Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, through you, if Mr. Adonis.
Can everyone see it?
Speaker, yes.
Councillor Luzuko.
No, Speaker, I was saying while everyone is reading the recommendation, Speaker, I think, Councillor Skosana, to say you will go and tell people this.
Can we just read the recommendation on the screen now? I don't want anyone to debate anything here.
Speaker, you noted me. I was on the
call. I haven't given Councillor Kraus.
It's a threat. I'm taking it seriously.
Mute you. I'm going to mute you.
I'm taking it seriously. It's a threat. You must listen to it.
I'm going to mute you.
To this threat. Okay. I'll also tell them they must come.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm reading.
Councillor Kraus? Can you just read the recommendations for us?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Kraus?
Speaker?
Can you put your hand down? And Councillor Zuko. Acting MM through you can Mr. Adwina just read the recommendation for us?
Ons moet hier concentrate.
Speaker, do you want me to read it for you?
Yes, because it's
Okay, so
taking me a long time to read this.
I'll read all of it. A, that the contents of the report
Yes, Councillor. Yes,
regards to
Mr.
the
Adwina.
development of the different only sites for human settlements development purposes be noted. B, that council utilize the backyard project to resolve the land requirements. C, that the acting municipal manager in conjunction with the acting director integrated, human settlements facilitates fast tracking of the backyard project. D, that land for temporary relocation of families living in the backyard be identified so as to ensure containment of the current impasse. E, it should be that the acting municipal manager be mandated to proceed with the identification of land as a TRA in order to accommodate backyarders. F, that the acting director integrated human settlements to identify land and report to council and only housing committee within 3 weeks. G, that the administration investigate alternative housing opportunities and typologies on Earth 4712 in Hornley. And H, that the acting municipal manager be mandated to call for development proposals on Earth 339 Fisher Haven to accommodate first-time homeowners within the flipped gap housing market. That's it, Speaker.
Thank you, Emma. Then Councillor Kraus, I see your hand is up now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you know at times you give me the floor and then you somehow take the floor away from me. I don't know what's happening today.
I didn't give you the floor. I didn't give you the floor.
Zuko took it. Speaker, I just want to say that we support the recommendation, however, on F, that the acting director integrated human settlements to identify land and the report to council and the housing committee within 3 weeks. Then I would suggest that report to council in the next council meeting and the outcome of the meeting with the housing, the Hornley Housing Committee also be reported to council. If it can be amended as such.
Councillor Zuko, who's supporting that amendment?
We support it, Speaker.
Speaker, yeah, we don't have a
Councillor
problem.
Wasserman, Councillor Zuko.
Speaker, I was saying I'm with the recommendation, Speaker. Let's move.
Thank you, councillors.
Sorry, Speaker.
So we
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wolmerans.
Are we going with the recommendation as amended by Councillor Kraus because she was breaking up when she was making certain recommendations? So I didn't get that. I don't know about it.
Councillor Wasserman has just supported that amendment.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just need to make sure that Carl did hear what I said.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus, because you were really breaking up.
No, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Kraus can repeat it for you. Because she was just having on F. Yes.
Okay, I'll repeat it on F. That the acting director integrated human settlement to identify the land and report to council in the next council meeting. Speaker, I don't think we need the only housing committee within 3 weeks. If the administration does that, they do that. It shouldn't be a resolution from council for them to do that. But the outcome of that meeting, they can maybe report to council. Thank you, Speaker. Okay, can you hear me now, Jolie?
So you want us? Council, we agreed that we are taking that sentence of F, that it be in the next council meeting. We take the 3 weeks out, and we take the housing committee out, and because the administration will report the whole meeting, the report back of the meeting that they had in that council meeting. Is that what you are saying?
We've got it as such, Speaker. We've got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay,
So our
Speaker,
council
just
do
need to
agree.
say, okay, in report to council in the next council meeting.
It is there.
There are hands up, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Weideman.
I'm just saying that there are a number of hands up.
Okay. Now we are just dealing with the recommendation now. I will see to the hands. I see Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
I think it's part of the recommendation. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. My chief whip has covered all the stuff. If a chief whip speaker, I don't want to go up, but I wanted to say something else that if I don't know if it can be put as part of recommendation, that also in the next
The recommendation is in front of you.
Yes, also in the next also in the next council meeting or special council meeting, that the municipality officials must bring us the land audit of NISDA so that we can really see where are these lands, because we just see items are coming and say that we just want to eliminate this land, we want to eliminate this one. So if they can bring us that so that we can also check for flips housing, your Brentons, all those land that belong to the municipality, you must know about it. You must come here so that we can see that where are the lands, so that we see how can we integrate our people, so that if there is a land in Brenton that belongs to the municipality, if we need to go and build flips housing there, or if we need to go and accommodate our people, we must go and accommodate them. Why we cannot run away there, but want to go there and plug in all other areas? So I'm saying that if I want to make it part of the recommendation, if it's possible. Thank you very much.
Councillor Matika has now put in an I. That also that the administration must bring us the land audit of the municipality so that we can see how we're going to deal with integration. Can we put that as an I? Councillor Kraus, your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
No, Speaker. Thank you very much, man. Speaker, I think I support the last point submitted by Councillor Matika, that we really need to identify other portions of land in town, so that we can clearly know that we are doing this to address the general problem which we are facing with, in the greater NISDA. You see, furthermore, Chair, we are in support of this item, as well as its proposal, but we need to speak, to issues, to the challenge which we are faced with as the greater NISDA. So I think, in actual fact, I'm just supporting the latter point submitted by Matika. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know what I like about the NISDA Council is that there's a lot of brilliant ideas that we are putting here as council, and every council that comes into the municipality bring their own ideas. And I think since 2011, this has been some of the ideas. This last point, the land audit, was one of the ideas that was in Councillor Wolmerand's time when she was a mayor. And then Councillor, our ex-mayor came and she wanted a housing in Daba. And we were all geared up for this housing in Daba. And I hope these are not just something that we put on paper today and it will gather dust somewhere. I want the administration to be very, very aware about it. We are not putting items for dust anymore here. We are a working a working group of people, and I think I'm talking about a collective here. I'm not saying that because there's now a mayor versus maker, we are all together into this. We must make sure as councillors that this what we are putting up today here, it will happen within our time, because things got a way of collecting dust in this municipality. I just wanted to bring you back to that one, councillors. Do we agree on the recommendation in front of us? Can we move?
Speaker, don't you see my hand?
There are so many hands
Yes,
up.
yes, your hand. Can you just take this the thing off the screen? And Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand.
And Councillor Lavale.
Thank you.
It's been
Councillor Lavale. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. No, Speaker, with the last recommendation, I just want to say, if you the director, acting director housing has just said, if you remember, we adopted a strategy. We've just adopted part one of a policy. There's another policy coming. So with those, Speaker, I think they will guide us into that direction. So now just having random recommendations won't assist us anyway. So I would say I put my trust on the strategy that we have and also the policies that we having in place. So I don't see the point of having that recommendation. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Lavale.
I think I've been covered by my colleagues. Man, my hand was up for about 15 minutes, but I see maybe there's a problem. Can you see my hand, Speaker?
I see it now. I remember my screen was up. The recommendation was on the screen.
Yes, I think
Yes,
I don't want to add anything major, but I mean we've got two issues here. We understand the need for, and I would agree in my ward, every other ward, this is critical, and I think we need to start that process. But in terms of this particular item, we're dealing with the community, and I think we should approve it as such in the way that we need to approve it, as is mentioned by my colleagues. And so I don't think there's anything else. The others later we can talk. But I have to I'm not even to disrail, but because if Speaker, if you had seen my hand earlier, but it's fine. I just want to agree with what my colleagues have said. Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman and then the mayor. Councillor Krauts or the deputy mayor, is your hands up?
Speaker, I think you must let the mayor go first because I want to ask for a caucus.
Okay. On the item?
Yes, on the item.
Okay. Mayor?
No, Speaker, I will wait for the date to come back from the caucus. I want to make a general comment on this whole item.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman, for how long?
15 minutes, please, Speaker.
Okay.
Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, did they ask for caucus?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay. They're not doing that.
Councillor Machika, can you put your hand down? And DM, can you put your hand down? The mayor's hand is still up.
I think he wanted to speak after me, so maybe he's leaving his hand up for that.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, can I just ask for clarification on some of these recommendations? We don't have a problem. I just want some clarity before we agree. Speaker, and I'm looking at the recommendations that were sent. I don't have the new ones in front of me, but I think it's fine. So in B, it says the council utilize the backyard project to resolve the land requirements. That's fine. In C, it says that the acting MM, together with the acting director, facilitates fast-tracking this project. That's fine. D, that land for temporary relocation of families living in the backyard be identified so as to ensure containment of the current impasse. Is that also falling within the backyard project, or is that something new? That the acting MM be mandated to proceed with the identification of land as a TRA, and I'm assuming that falls within the backyard project, and then that the acting director identify land and report to council. Why is E and F repeated, just with different people having the responsibility to proceed with the identification of land? So basically, Speaker, I just want clarity on whether everything basically falls into the already approved backyard project that is now just going to be fast-tracked, and who is it that is going to identify land? Is E and F actually a duplication? Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. It is precisely the things that Councillor Wasserman raised that did not to some extent make sense to me, but I kept quiet on that one. But let me rather deal with the issue that I want to deal with. You know, Speaker, in discussions with communities all over Knysna, our people are not beggars. They're not beggars. All that they told us all over the town is just give us a piece of land. We are prepared to build our own houses because we know government will never be able to provide houses to all the people. So why don't we just provide us with a piece of land to build our own houses? That is the cry out there. That is what people want. Because you know and I know, if there's one thing that can bring dignity to people, is a land and a house. And where do we want to run away from this chair? And I'm in a good space. I don't have to take popular decisions because I'm coming back next year. I need to take decisions that I know that will better the life of people out there. And I'm concerned that we think that massage these things, it will then abruptly stop. It's not going to stop. I'm a firm believer, Chair, that we as a municipality should be proactive. Let's engage with all suites of government, even NGOs or SEOs, whoever you can want to engage with, and try to say that let's get land to the people. Let's identify land where we as a council know in future that land would be suitable for people to build houses on. And let then people, we can service that land, we can get funds from province or national, or even our own funding, or even the private sector if they want to, so that these people will be able, therefore, Chair, just to have a piece of land to build their houses. And I think we're missing the boat here. And I think we're missing the opportunity to show all the other towns in this country what Knysna is really about. But that's my view, Chair, and I will still push for that, whether it's in this council meeting or in the future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else? Acting MM?
Speaker, now I just want to respond to the questions asked by Councillor Wasserman. And the answer is as follows, Speaker. It should all be the Acting Director Integrated Human Settlements. Obviously, it does not remove the responsibility of the municipal manager to take accountability for it, but these are all the Acting Director Integrated Human Settlements. And we're talking about two types of land, Speaker. We're talking about land for a TRA, a temporary relocation area, that is connected to the backyard project. But then we're also looking at land that we can provide services, even if it's rudimentary services, and where people can establish themselves in the manner that the mayor has now referred to in his previous comment. So those are the answers to the questions that were raised, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. I think I fully agree with the recommendation. Also, I just wanted us to I think it was in the recommendation. I don't know, was it F that we have amended, but we are not saying that the administration must not meet with a committee that met with the mayor and yourself and the DM to report back, and also to report back. Then the report will come to council, because there was a start of an engagement, and those people must be engaged again after we have decided as council what is the way forward. I just wanted to correct that one. We're just saying that there must be a report back to council. So the meetings that we need, the administration and yourself and the mayor and whoever was part of that meeting must still report back to those people. And then then the administration then can come and report back to council. Councillor Wasserman, and I see Councillor Krause, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just following on from what the acting municipal manager has just said, with regards to so he's saying there's land for a TRA, which is connected to the backyard project, but also land for people to build their own houses, which is what the mayor was alluding to. So after land has been identified, will that then come back to council so that we can find out what the process would be going forward in terms of services, access roads, and all that kind of thing? It's not just a question of identifying land and then saying to people, go for it, which would obviously end up in complete chaos. So the quick question is, will it come back to council after land has been identified? Thank you.
Yes, Acting.
Speaker, the answer is yes, it will come back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Then again, the recommendation is here. Do we agree with the recommendation? And MM, from your side, I want to say it again. This whole thing started with an engagement that was done, and that engagement must still be ongoing with those community members, and we must get that report in the next council meeting of how far it is, and also the issue that was raised now about the identification of the land. So that we can all have a council resolution on everything that is going to go forward from here on now. Thank you. Council, do we agree on what is in front of us?
Yes.
We agree, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker, appropriation of land without compensation.
Councillor Crouch, you're not doing it your laptop. You're compromising the DM here.
Speaker?
Yes, Maya?
I think if people agree on that, Speaker, at this moment, I will feel very uncomfortable with that one, Chair.
Then you must correct what you want to correct in the recommendation, so that we can move forward.
Speaker, let me just finish, Speaker. Don't run too quickly, my dear. The current recommendation is I cannot fully agree with, because I believe it doesn't address.
Why do you want to be fixed in the recommendation, Maya? Just put it for us.
Let me finish. Speaker, let me finish.
Yes.
We should add to that, Chair, that we identified land in the Greater Knysna to deal with the issue of landlessness. so that people can build their own structures. I want that to be quite
Is
clear.
the land
but
audit not going to do that, Mayor?
Speaker?
Is the land audit not going to do that?
Listen, Speaker, the first land audit done by this municipality was done when myself and Mr. and the co-counter were still councillors. That is way back in 2000. And up to now, nothing happened to that land audit. But let it be, Speaker. Let me not dwell too much on this issue. Thanks.
Speaker, my hand is up.
No, Mayor, we must deal with it now. We're in a meeting now. Councillor Skosana?
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Speaker, in your last comment, you said that the MM and the acting director must deal with the community, which is the only community in terms of report back. Speaker, I must bring it to your attention that even in my ward, the MWOS and the others have already identified a land. The director is aware of that. I think that must speed up as well. It must be taken into consideration because they also closed the Uniondale Road, which they identify a land, which they feel that it is equitable for them to stay there. Services can be done in that area, in that portion of land. I think that one needs also to be speed up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Acting MM? Acting MM?
Yes, Speaker.
No, I just want us, because you did say something about what the mayor wants in the recommendation, and are we addressing the issue of the mayor?
That is my understanding, Speaker. That is what F deals with, exactly that point.
So F is saying that the acting director integrated human settlements to identify land and report back to council at the next council meeting.
Yes.
Yes, it was Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Yes, thank you.
Agreed, Speaker. Let's go move.
Thank you. Can we move, councillors, to this from this item? Councillor, that was the last item on the agenda. And then, Councillor Luzuko, you asked, are we going to deal with the urgent items after this, the agenda?
Yes, Speaker.
Councillor Luzuko? Before we go to the in-committee items.
Yes. No, Speaker, I don't have an urgent item. I was just asking at the time.
I do, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Skosana?
Thank you, Speaker. Since we've debated so long for an issue of land, Speaker, I would like this council to consider the school issue of Ward 3. Need to be reported back in our next council meeting.
Come again, Councillor Skosana.
Speaker, in one of the priorities of Ward 3, number one is a school, Speaker. It's been for too long now, the council does not report around the issue of school. We need this issue to be considered because we don't need people to go to the end so that we'll be proactive to dealing with the issue. We need a school in that ward, Speaker, as in yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Wolmerans, I did see your hand up. Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've got a question. I just want to know about our CFO. I've seen an email that Monet is now the acting CFO until further notice. Normally, when we receive an email like that, saying that a certain person is acting, then it will say the date. It will give the date, or it will say that the person is on sick leave, on annual leave. So if the MM can just enlighten us on what is happening with the CFO, on what leave is he? Is there a specific reason that he is not at work and that Monet is acting? Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Mayor.
Okay, Speaker, my hand is also up, please.
Speaker,
Then
no,
you
that's
can
a
go,
no then, my
Councillor.
apologies.
Okay, Councillor Crouch.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we have now finished most this item. Speaker, I just want to inform Council that Councillor
I've asked if there is anyone that got an urgent item, and Councillor Skosana said that he wants us to deal with the issue of the school in Ward 3. I didn't have a seconder for that one. So that
Speaker,
we can then
maybe if you listen to me, Speaker. I just want to inform
I'm
Council.
because I want to move from this point to go to the in-committee items.
But Speaker, you always interrupting. Speaker, I just want to inform Council that Councillor Matiwani has been sworn in by Garden Route Municipality. He's been replacing Councillor Tsengwa on Garden Route Municipality. And then I second Councillor Skosana on the school. We must build the school there.
Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, the question about the CFO. The CFO is on sick leave till tomorrow, Speaker. So Mr. Michaels will be acting until tomorrow.
Thank you, MM. Can we adjourn this meeting then? Go out of this meeting because we've got another link for the in-committee items. But this meeting is now adjourned for the public. And I would like to thank the public for being part of this meeting. I think we had a fruitful meeting. And we do value those that can log in to be part of our meetings. Thank you so much. We are now going to go out of the meeting. This meeting is now adjourned to go into the in-committee items of council. Thank you.